I kick ass for the Lord!
Hey chat, can you hear me? Test, test. Sound off. Excellent, thank you. Illusionary voice, this chair doesn't have arms. I'm pretty sure that this chair never had arms. What up, stream? It's me, the chair. Just chilling, doing some painting since Scott's not here. How's everyone doing today? Did you have a good weekend? It finally started snowing in Minnesota. Mess? What do you mean, mess? Oh, man. This isn't mess, this is my on-the-go kit. Come on, you know you love it. It's well organized. You can tell because it's heaping over the edge. You want to see something really scary? So this is what I bring to paint night. It is full to the point that I often can't latch it shut. Look at how organized that is. It's really bad. It's really, really bad. So at some point, I'll 3D print supports for them, but that some point is probably a long way off. Yeah, pretty much. I have the organizational skills of a toddler and the cleaning skills. I really like to just not do it. You're not the guy? I'm pretty sure I am the guy. I think Scott would agree that I am the guy. Mike Genie. Yeah, I did Talented Mr. Ripley. Scott's dead. It's always been my channel. Nah, Scott is just feeling a little under the weather. He thought we weren't going to stream today, and then I was like, I can stream. I can stream. I'm so tall that I'm out of frame. Hang on, maybe I can lower this more. There we go. I'm a lot taller than Scott, so it's not entirely surprising. So I've got a few things that I need to get done before Thursday night stream. Yeah, it is a chair sitting in a chair. Let's call out these subs. We've got Knox Geek. I saw that sub come in right when we went live. Mike Genie. What's up, Mike? And Amos Dean, resubscribing with Prime. 7 months, not bad. So yeah, this stuff is actually just gonna move off to the side. Doesn't need to be in shot. I've got my little mobile wet palette, my little army painter. I actually carry 2 with me because at local paint night, oftentimes I'm handing someone a wet palette for the first time. Show me the Sigmarines. Yeah, we're getting there. So we got options of what we can do today. Oh yeah. Am I carrying stuff around loose in a Magic the Gathering box? You better believe it. I have to paint this at some point. For those of you that know what this is, I'm sticking into my list. I don't think it's that great, but I got the points. Huddleston, subscribing with Prime. Explicitly subscribing for me, that's what's up. So let's switch cameras. Oh, focus. Hey. Can we focus? Come on. Where is my focus right now? For whatever reason, my camera remote control app doesn't want to work. So I'm just gonna have to manually figure this out. Do as I command. Yeah, that's better. Oh yeah, exactly. I can do everything from right here. I'm multi-talented. I've been working in broadcasting a long time. So, I've got some of these big sword dudes. They're pretty close to being done. Let's put that in the center frame. Yeah, I'm still not happy with that focus. It's like down here. So as you can see, I've started on the orange OSL effect, but I didn't like that I was picking up some of my oil wash. So I held off on that. That needs to be finished on these guys. Additionally, all 10 of them need power swords. Man, I keep hitting the HDMI cable with my head. I think I'm gonna have to move a bit this way. So yeah, I've got 10 of these guys that need to have their power swords done, need to have their OSL done, and need to be put on their bases, which I have. Same deal as last time. The other thing that I have, which I'm sure Curtis is gonna be very excited about. Oh, what a mess. Don't have a good way to carry these yet, but I just started working on my dragons. Riders don't have any primer or anything on them, so it's just working on the dragons. Did base coats last night. By base coats, I mean Dan's partner said that I should paint them like Spyro, and I wasn't able to say no to that. So yeah, I know I'm off my mark. I have to adjust where my mark is probably. Again, I'm a lot bigger than Scott. Pretty much every conceivable way. So yeah, I got 2 of these guys. They've got the purple base coat on them. I put some yellow on them and then I don't like it and I'm gonna have to tweak it. Obviously the armor needs to get done. And then there's highlighting and all that stuff. So a lot of work yet to do on these guys. Yeah, as Amosteen, so the issue that I have is because I'm doing this this driver, hang on. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the face cam for a second. I'm gonna adjust this ball up a little bit. Why doesn't it let me manually focus? What do I have to press on this to make it happy to manually focus? If only I knew how to operate a Lumix G6. Maybe I'll have Alex wander out here and help me out. All right. Oh yeah, that's a much better spot. Focus is still all the way down here though. I don't have social medias for miniature painting. I don't really give it enough thought while I'm hobbying. And I mostly paint for games that I play. So you'll see most of my painted stuff here on stream. Me and Curtis are playing Thursday night on the game stream, and these guys are all gonna make an appearance. Spoilers, my list has changed. But yeah, the reason that these guys aren't based is because the way that I'm applying the OSL effect is I'm actually just dry brushing straight upwards with orange fluo paint. If you were here a couple of weeks ago, you could have seen my sequiturs, which I did the same way. And if I based them, you can't really get down at their feet and that bottom layer to go upwards. Does Curtis have a single painted mini yet? The diplomatic answer is, I have not yet seen any of his painted minis. The real answer is, I don't think so. We'll see. Yeah, I'm bald Scott. Bald Scott with a beard, all my hair migrated. So yeah, I've got 10 of these guys to do power swords on. Maybe that's what we're doing today. Oh, I can't stop hitting this camera with my head. 1 second. 1 second. Let's go to the face cam again so you don't get sick. And we're gonna, yeah, we're gonna move it up. Should help a lot. I'll wait for it to stop wobbling before we go back. There, now I don't hit the cable with my head. I still might clonk into the camera though. And hopefully I'm still out of frame. Yeah, everything's set up for Scott and his tiny Scott body. Yeah, you guys don't know it, but Scott is like 4'8". He's pretty much Tom Cruise. That may or may not be true. No, he's not that short. All right, so where's my mark now? About the same. We can do that. All right. So yeah, what should I be doing? Do you want me to finish these guys? You want me to work on the dragons? 3'6". Yeah, he actually is a descendant of the Oompa Loompas. Oh, there's so many guys. Look at all these guys that need to get done. Cringe cast. It's all cringe cast. Also, Stormcast are the best faction. Shout out to my homeboy Sigmar and his great advice, ! Sigmar in chat for useful life advice. That's kind of how I feel. I'm a little big for this setup. It's all right. I'm big in Japan. I have joked that if I ever do start a painting Instagram, it'll be called the size 6 miniature painter, because I often am using my DaVinci size 6. Wow, trash kitten, it didn't work. Maybe, oh, someone got there first. Yeah, it's on like a 5 or 10 minute timer, I can't remember. Sigmar blesses you. Here are his words for you this day, child of the ordered world. They don't want you to wear the Saint Torrent fur. They don't want you to break the App Store. They don't want you to be the biggest boss in the game. So what we gonna do is we gonna win more. Hey, you haven't seen me painting yet. Right now, I'm just sitting here at the paint set. And for all you know, I might just do that for the next 3 hours. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Sigmar button. So yeah, I think the plan has to be finish the OSL effect on these guys, then put them on the bases, and then I can do the power swords, and then they're done, right? Aside from the heads, I still don't have heads. I don't know how that's happened, but it's where we're at. I think I won't have heads for a long time. I can demo the WoW stick, the best hobby tool, hands down. Everybody loves the WoW stick. I did just get my own printer, but I don't have I ordered jugs of alcohol, and Amazon said that they'd be at my place in 2 days, and then they sent me an email saying, actually, it's gonna be more like 2 weeks. So yeah, that's a thing. That's okay though. Somehow I think we'll manage to survive. Totally autofocused there for a second, I thought about it. Can you tell that I have the new cat from the bite marks? Yeah, I know. I'm just lazy. That's really what it boils down to, Rufus. I got a really good deal on what I ordered. I got 4 gallons for I think it was $11 or something. But then they delayed it, and I was like, I could go to Home Depot. I could do that. Or I could not go to Home Depot. I could stay home and do nothing. Or Ace. I have named the cat. I am now confident that it can be a pet. Whether it's mine or not, we'll see how it integrates with the household. I think it's gonna go fine. The cat's name is Darkstar. After the most important Game of Thrones character that everyone loves, Sir Gerald Dane, who is a local meme for sure. And he was found at my mom's cabin, yes, and he is of the night. He was found at my mom's cabin in the night. He is all black, and the cabin is on Star Lake. So I just couldn't resist temptation. The only thing that's left is he needs to tell me that, that he was weaned on venom, and if my other cat bites him, he will rue it. That kind of thing. See you later, Table Talk Collective. You ever watch Jackson Galaxy for cat stuff? It doesn't ring a bell, but maybe. I don't watch that much cat stuff. I know, the internet is for cat videos, but I don't actually spend that much time watching that. I am wearing, I don't know if you noticed, I'm wearing a bit of YouTube merch. I'm wearing my Mighty Car Mods shirt. I'm a relentless consumer. I have merch from like 15 different channels, including this one. Because I block ads, and so the way that I compensate creators that I like is I either subscribe to them on Patreon or buy their merch, because I feel like that's part of the deal. Speaking of, if you want to get subscribed, subscribe with Prime. It's free for you. It costs Jeff Bezos a little bit of money, and shows Scott that this was a good idea. Okay, so we're gonna start with, the OSL effect. So I'm using So Flat Fluo Orange as the main color. I also have a bit of Pro Acryl Bold Red. And I'm probably gonna work in a bit of this transparent yellow and transparent orange, depending. My first set of guys, I only used the Fluo Orange, and it works fine, but I thought about doing a sub goal, but I don't have like something good to offer at the moment. Part of me wants to say, we could do a sub goal today, but my bigger thing is a week from Thursday. So on Thanksgiving, we are going to stream here. Scott won't be here. He's going to be off with family, but the rest of the AOS league is going to be stopping by, and we're going to be doing a paint stream. And we're going to be raising money for charity. We haven't picked which one yet, so if you have good suggestions, feel free to send them to me on the Discord. Just tag me. Things that we're looking at include Feed the Children, Child's Play. There's a number of anti-sex trafficking charitable causes that we're looking at, or I'm a big fan of Partners in Health Sierra Leone. No Kid Hungry. There's a few in that sort of category. We want to keep it at least national, if not international. But yeah, we just figured spreading some good cheer and good tidings. And we're gonna have a bunch of different little donation sub goals, things like that on that night. So if you have suggestions in that regard, like as far as what we should be donating to, or fun goals, I have a few in mind. We're gonna put those up as sort of challenges. If we hit these numbers, what we'll do, things like that. Obviously, I can't get frosted tips like Scott's gonna get, which I'm really excited about. Hey, rate of 79, nice. Almost 69. We appreciate it. Yeah, I could frost it to my beard. I think that there will be something beard related, but it's not going to be hair dye. So anyway, that's what we're going to be doing on Thanksgiving. We're looking forward to it. We haven't really put a bunch of stuff out there about it yet because we don't want to make it too big a thing. It's going to be me and Curtis for the whole stream. I believe John and Alex and Dan are going to stop by probably for good chunks from all of them, except Dan, because Dan's got to work Black Friday the next day, obviously. So he'll probably just stop by after he's done setting up for the next day and kind of say hello and then bail. But that's fine. I'm gonna shave Curtis's face into my beard. I definitely have that kind of artistic skill to shave a face into some kind of mangy beard hair. That's the plan. But for now, let's demonstrate my lack of painting skill, shall we? So as you can see, I've got my patented Artist Opus texture palette, except it's actually just a piece of MDF. Pretty much the same thing, right? It might be, I don't know. This one's actually an alternate song movement tray that me and a local designed. This is a cavalry tray you can see from the 4 points the guys can stick to. The idea being that you can put a topper on this and have it be completely Zambies with the rate of 126. You can have the top be completely smooth. Do a texture roll on it or whatever. No holes. So yeah, actually I want that right there. And then that player promptly had a kid, and I've seen him one time in the last like 5 months. He's doing great though. He was at the store like a week ago, 2 weeks ago. So we appreciate the raids here. I definitely appreciate the raids. All right. I'm like partially blind and I can't tell what that emote actually is. What have I done with Scott? I hate him. Scott's taking the day off. He wasn't feeling well. And so initially he was thinking that we would cancel the stream. And I said, we can't do that. We have to always stream, no matter what. Oh, nice, it's a booty. All right. You haven't missed much, mostly just talking at this point. Warming things up. See, because I'm taller, this is at more of an angle, so you can't actually see down on the desk well enough. I don't think I have the palette cam even on, so I can't do it. Yeah, pretty much. You're paying me for the day either way. Actually, when I suggested it, he was like, if you want to do that, I will pay you to do it. So I think he was planning on not paying me. As is tradition with dry brushing, you should definitely just paint all over yourself to make sure that you have the right consistency. Particularly if you're using something toxic with heavy metals in it. It's very important, very, very important to paint as much as you can all over yourself. Delightful Sausage subscribing with Prime, doing it right. We appreciate it. It's what keeps these ridiculously expensive lights on. Oh, I touched it. I touched it. Ken Frank, wow, I've been a knit 26 months in a row. Whew. That's a lot of months. Yeah. Yeah, and when you airbrush it, definitely don't wear a mask or respirator. That's not important at all. It doesn't say right on the bottle. It said somewhere on here. Contains a biocidal product. Oh, that's good. Warning, hazardous respiral droplets may be formed when sprayed. Do not breathe, spray or mist. Yeah, all right. It's not like dry brushing like kicks up a bunch of particulates. Yeah, biocide. Biocide's what they used to call me back in college. So yeah, you can see that this is kind of honestly, a little heavy-handed of an effect. But when I place them on one of these bases, suddenly it just like reads right. Really places them in the same space as the lava. I do also have to put varnish on that one to solidify it. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with how it looks even with just the orange, but I'm probably gonna just feather the edges a little bit with these transparents. Yeah, the bases are glassed from the lightning. I haven't really thought about the lore of it. Just after asking Chat and Scott, I decided that I agreed with Scott and that the gloss does look better. The final thing that they get is, where is it? I got this Vallejo, like dark iron oxide, which I do a little bit of across the basin on them, which dulls the shine a little bit, but gives more variety in the texture. Everybody hates on Stormcast, but I think they're way cooler than Space Marines, honestly. There's a lot more interesting variety in the designs. They have cool monsters. I just think that they're a lot less boring. They definitely have the golden boy problem of it's like, and I don't mean just the literally they're golden. You know, they're in all the artwork and all the 2-player starters forever and so on. My favorite brand for ground texture. I haven't used that many, but I do have some of the Vallejo texture stuff, and I like that. However, I think in general, most of the just straight ground texture stuff, you can do just fine with hardware store and whatever paint you want. You can get grout of various kinds. Yeah, exactly. I totally understand, Mike. They are overrepresented. They also have a problem of just straight up having too many war scrolls. Stormcast have like 79 war scrolls or something ridiculous like that, and half of them like are considered to be basically unfieldable, and that's rough. I don't like that at all. Like, I appreciate that I have options. There's definitely the other option, which is like, I play an army that has 10 war scrolls. Focus. Sure, all right. Is that actually true? There's no new Stormcast this year? I mean, they released a ton of stuff when 3.0 came out. The new dragons and these guys and the bow dudes that go with these guys, everything in the Dominion box. There's a lot of stuff with the whatever, Storm Strike, Lightning Strike keyword, something like that. That's all basically the 3.0 stuff. See, sometimes when I'm dry brushing, that happens. Where the bristles are a little too wet and you get this speckling, and I hate that. But that's okay. Doesn't have to be perfect, because these are just gameplay minis after all. It's not like I do this in front of an audience or anything. Doesn't really matter. I'm not blown out on camera or anything, am I? I am quite bald, which doesn't help.
You're getting a little bit on top, but it's not bad.
If you want to lower it, that's fine. Yeah, I don't have my commander in here. She's out in the car. I could show off the Xandria's Truth Seekers model, because yeah, I am using Xandria as a proxy for my commander, because I think that that model is really cool, the one with the lantern. Thanks, Alex. I'm a big fan. Zandire, whatever, it doesn't matter. She's not going to get mad at me for getting her name wrong. Yeah, they're pretty cool. I like all three of them. It's also the better version of the bird. I have the crossbow guys that come with the birds as well, and I hate those birds so much. I really wanted to just like eject them. I built them at the source on paint night, you know, a month or two ago, and I was like, this is the least pleasant building experience I've ever had in my life. Sandire's Truth Seekers is a really bizarre unit because as far as I'm understanding from the rules, they can't be split up in any way. They move as a unit and they all just do different stuff. So they move together as a little group. So yeah, this is about where we're getting to. I might go a little bit more. You can see that there's a little bit of undershading on the arm. I'm gonna go a tiny bit more there. Yeah, I think 270, something like that for the points number on that unit. It's a lot. It's not cheap. I think I want to do a little more here too. That's one down. One down, 9 to go. So this one, I think this is the one that I started last night, and then I realized, hey, I'm picking up some of the wash that I used. Because my brush was coming away like really brown. It still is. It's still going to because I used Streak and Grime. Winter Streak and Grime is my wash of choice for these guys because it has a kind of green-brown hue, which really adds some depth to what their armor looks like. And I'm all about easy solutions. And I definitely regret choosing Anvils of Heldenhammer because, man, standard Stormcast are so easy. Just spray them gold. I got to do blue skirts. Blue, easy, really good coverage. No problem. We haven't done the schedule for next month, Couch Frog. This month is all AOS, except, like I was mentioning earlier, next Thursday, so on Thanksgiving, we're not doing a game stream. It's going to be a paint and hangout stream. We're going to raise some money for charity. However, I don't know what December holds. My guess is that December is going to be 2 AOS games. And 2 other games. And I don't know what those other games are going to be, but I'm not making any promises. I think if I was going to do it over, I would have done Knights, because I have so many Annihilators. I have 4 units worth of Annihilators, I think. Maybe 5 if I proxy some stuff. It's a lot of Annihilators. One downside to this approach is I can't really get down there on the breastplate. There's just not an angle to it. I do have a smaller dry brush, but I never feel like I get the results I want with that. Focus. Focus. Why is focus up here now? just almost put that in water. Though it ended dry brushing with this brush pretty quick. I think it needs it does need a tiny bit of water. Cheeto palms, for real. I just was so hungry, man. I had to grind the Cheetos into my hand to really unleash the flavor. What I will probably do when I am finalizing this army, to your point about the gold bits and the gloss and lack of gloss, is I will probably come back over the whole thing and do spot glossing with gloss varnish on any of the gold. But probably only the upward facing gold. Cool, that one's done. Just throw it on the table. I have this banner too. I kind of hate this banner design. I initially was thinking I was gonna grind off. You can see on this side, I kind of ground it flat. It had the old man Sigmar face. Yeah, no heads. And I hated that, and then I was like, oh, I actually can't like flatten this side because it's so annoying. So I asked Dan if he had any good bits to replace it with, and he didn't have any good options last night. I think that I might freehand on the banner, no freehand, as a joke. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this banner design. It's so square, and it has so much stuff on it. And it's just like, kind of lame. Who's pestering me? Oh, I just bumped the camera really bad. Let's get out of that to not make people too seasick. How's the audio quality? Everything's fine? Definitely slightly out of focus here too. I have to lean in. Okay, sure. This is where I paint now. Good. Just want to make sure I've got everything balanced for me being on the desk cam. This is where we're starting again. Haven't done much on this one yet. Yeah, like I said, yeah, these banners, they look like the banners that NASA brought to the moon, like the flags, because those have a wire in them to hold them up, obviously, because there's no wind for them to blow in. It's just so ridiculously rigid. And it's funny, too, because on most of their models, the little Sigmar strips like this are like wrapped around weapons or like fluttering in the wind or whatever. And this, like, they have the waviness, but it's perfectly straight. I just think it looks bad. I think it looks really bad. And I could just clip off this part, but still the flag itself just looks way too rigid to me. And it's funny because Scott's skeletons have banners, and I really dig those. I think those are really cool looking. Not just because of his excellent freehanding on them, but also because They're dynamic, they're torn up, they just look cool. This doesn't look cool. It's all right. I'll figure out what to do with it later. It's kind of where I'm at on that one. I wouldn't have even built the banner guy, but you get +1 bravery for having a banner guy. Honestly, what I would really like to do is to make it a totem of some sort. You know, like the Lord Relictor model has the guy, he's holding up the coffin. Doing something like that, I think, would be pretty cool. Just making it a neat staff rather than a flag itself. A little more. I mean, I could even just put the thing from the Lord Relictor on here, because I have 1 or 2 of those now. But I don't think it would look quite right. So I think it's a little too chunky. But something in that same vein. A big corpse banner or something like that. I'm really a lot more excited. Oh, God, I did it again. I apologize. I'm more excited for what I'm doing with the dragons. So right now they're on their standard flight pole for painting. There's a company, and I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, and I apologize. There's a company that makes flight bases for these that are specifically designed for them, where they are shooting flame breath down and being held up by the flame breath. I'm in. It's really cool. I can get the STLs for that, and I'm going to print those. And that's how these guys are going to be held up. It's probably not going to happen for this week's game stream. It's probably something that's going to be version 2.0. I'm going to print that resin and clear. I'm going to do transparent paints on it. You're damn right that the fire is going to be illuminated. Instead of me having to do a ton of OSL on these guys, I can do just a little bit and then have a light in the base that takes care of the rest. Easy way out. And if I can, I'm going to print them hollow. So you can look this up. There's a Pathfinder's Battle Mini that's like a gigantic water elemental. You know, it's like this big tentacled fat monster. It's probably about the size of a softball. And it's made out of like a clear plastic. And on the inside, they have little decals of like a ship being eaten by this thing. Like, you know, like you can see that there's like a mast and guys, like sailors, like, oh, it's great. And you can't really see it that well normally, but I put a light in that. And the way that it shines through from the inside is awesome because it's like that effect of, you know, like someone being blown away and becoming a silhouette enshrouded by light. I want to do the same thing in the fire. I want to paint some guys in there or take a couple of minis and stick them inside, paint them black so that they're casting shadow from the light as if they're just being like immolated. Thank you for the gift sub, Cody1 Kenobi. Jeepers McBeepers, you should thank him in the chat. Might have to re-up my orange here. It's starting to dry out. It is warm in the office today. It is not the most pleasant temperature. I might even turn the heat down in a second here. I didn't see a lot of answers at the beginning, though. How were weekends? Tell me about weekends. I want to know. Yeah, but that didn't happen last weekend. That's next weekend. Am I coming to your bachelor party? No. No, I'm not. Mike, gifting this up. Pornhub official. You should thank Mike for that one. Hey, That's pretty good for the winter. How has the rest of the move gone so far? Yeah, army painting is definitely a very different mindset to be in. Delightful sausage. The truth is, it's most of what I do because I only really paint for games I play. I didn't realize that that was the case until the pandemic. So let me tell you about that. Paint Club at the Source Comics and Games has been a pastime of mine for the last, I don't know, 5 years, 4 years, something like that. 4 years. And when I started, it was because of D&D. I used to run a lot of D&D, both at local stores and for friends. I'd like to get back into it, and I haven't. However, pandemic happened, right? And so what did I say? I said, finally, I'll have time to paint all of these minis that I, like, haven't been able to because I'm always painting for, like, next week's game, right? I'm always thinking about, man, I keep picking up the wrong mini. Always thinking about what needs to get painted right now. And that wasn't a big problem or anything, but it just kind of meant that I had minis on the backlog. And so the pandemic started and I was like sick. I know that the lockdown's gonna be longer than 2 weeks. I'm gonna get stuff done. I'm gonna buy stuff at the comic shop to really have to paint. I didn't pick up a paintbrush after the third day of the pandemic until basically this year. That's not quite true. It was around this time last year that Paint Club got going again. So yeah, okay. Late 2021. That was also when I got into Song of Ice and Fire. So I guess I don't like painting, is the truth. Painting for its own sake is just not something that I do. I only paint when I have a purpose. So like these guys, I wouldn't be buying and painting Stormcast if it weren't for the fact that I'm playing in an escalation league. And then I'm really excited to do it. I enjoy the process of putting things on the table. I really, really like when people go, wow, your army looks so cool. Or they go, wow, your army looks so lame because it's not canonical. Those both give me great enjoyment. But without that, no reason to paint, apparently. So the pandemic helped me learn that about myself. It's quiet. It's really quiet. It's weird doing this without Scott here. I know that he used to stream all the time on his own. But I normally stream in a chat with people or any of that kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is I do enjoy painting to a mid-high level. I have never done like a display painting where I spend, hundreds of hours on a mini or anything like that. That's not really my scene because, Yeah, I probably will do that at some point, but most of the time it interferes with painting for a game, and I'm much more about painting for the game. And as you can see, like the level of these guys, this is probably about an hour of work on the Mini. Maybe a little less. I don't really track it. I could figure it out though, hang on. 10 guys. It's less. It's more like 45 minutes. Maybe a little more. You know, I don't want to put in a ton of time, partly because I got things to do, right? I got more guys to paint. There's always more around the corner. I got these dragons. I got other units of annihilators. I got things to do, right? And that's a real thing. It is fun to paint to a higher level, though, sometimes. I like to spend more time on heroes than my regular forces, and I've been spending more time on these regular forces than I ordinarily do. On my Song army, I probably spent about 20 to 30 minutes per guy. That was an easier scheme, though, and I was able to utilize the airbrush a lot more, which was nice. I like being able to utilize the airbrush. Yeah, I keep saying that. We really should have a way to quickly photograph some highlights of the minis so we can display them, or put off a light box somewhere else in the studio where you can just set a tray and it rotates. That'd be very cool. And I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm right there with you, Atsu333. I have all the MCDM minis. I am a co-villain. I spent a lot on that not most recent Kickstarter, the one before. That was like $1,000 or something ridiculous like that. Oh man, that's leaving more than behind than it did before. That's fine, that's fine, everything's fine. So for this one, because the cape is coming up, really just want to get it on the edge and the crease, right? I don't want to go over it. Down here, I want more of that transition effect. The idea being that the light is most intense right next to it. It's not that bright a light, it's just everywhere. It's like a reverse sky thing. Cody One Kenobi says, I like going from display quality to painting for a game, and vice versa. Because they're both rewarding in their own way. Nothing quite satisfies like a well-done dry brush. I think the big thing for me, and I know that I'm an outlier in this way at the paint group, is I don't enjoy this part of it at all. I don't dislike it. It's just something that I have to do. It's really the end point. It's that feeling of, I did this thing. I made this. I made this. Satiric Saint, 17 months. Prime sub. We appreciate it. Yeah. It's everywhere you want to be, including the game store. Orange paint running out of steam. Time to pick up some more. I will say that this is a pretty hard dry brush job to do because orange has bad coverage already, and I'm generally going over darker colors. Just a touch of water too. I do subscribe to the Artist Opus techniques. I don't have any of the Artisopa stuff because that costs money. Use an Army Painter dry brushes, which very well might be made by the same company that manufactures the Artisopas ones. I don't know that for a fact, but it's very plausible. They're goat hair brushes. And for $17, you get 3 of them or something like that. Ron Robbins subscribing with Prime, 2-month streak. Keep it up. I like these. They work real well. My second favorite Army Painter product, probably. I love the Army Painter wet palette. Because its small size means it travels really well. I don't know that it's what I would ever want as my main home wet palette, but for an on-the-go kit, they're also stackable. You just use one lid and then the intermediaries, and you can stack 2 or 3 of them. So that's what I do. I have 2 of them stacked, and I bring them to paint night. And I loan one out when someone goes, "What's a wet palette?" I ain't ever heard of one of them. And you get to show them the light. Can I hold up one of my bases to the camera? Absolutely. I ate Scott. Everyone thought that you should be afraid of 7 because 7 ate 9, but you should be afraid of me because Evan ate Scott. Yeah, pretty basic lava crackle bases. Really, really low effort, really solid result. No real complaints here. And these came out better than my first batch because I learned some lessons. $251 people. The thing about this, I've talked to Scott about this off air. It's really, don't get me wrong, I am not unappreciative, and I love that you're hanging out with me. However, I started my career in broadcasting, and the thing that you have to come to grips with when you're at even a small radio station is, not everyone is listening to the same radio station, right? I was a news director at a radio station in Iowa. That was my first job. But our signal reached 100,000 households theoretically. And we were the primary news station for a 2-county area. So I know people listened. People knew who I was. They didn't know my face because it was radio. I did it again. I bumped it. Cannibal Daddy 69 subscribing, 22 months. So as I was saying, you have to come to grips with the fact that you could be making a fool of yourself in front of everyone. And it's even worse than the making a fool of yourself on the internet, because you say something stupid on Twitter or whatever, you just delete your account and you go into hiding, and that's bad. And don't get me wrong, I'm not looking to have that experience. However, it's worse if you say something and everyone locally knows that you said something stupid. I'm lucky that I haven't had that social experience, but that's even worse. Imagine going into any store in your town and people knowing, oh, that's that idiot. So bad. Heading out? See ya. Meet the Cast Tub episode. Can't do that. Yeah, exactly. Except it's normally not something like a matter of opinion like that, Mike. It's normally something more like, this didn't happen to me. This is something I heard about in radio school. And yes, I went to radio school. It was someone switched their names on their newscast. And so they said that their mayor had been indicted for something. It was bad. It was like something like being a child predator or murderer or something along those lines. And they had switched the names. So it was like local resident Mike Genie has been arrested on tax fraud. And it was not. It was the other person. And they realized it later. But now they've put out a newscast where they just said that the mayor was arrested for whatever. Bad stuff. Yeah. That's the sort of thing where you just kind of you can get through it, but man, everyone in the town you're working in is just gonna know that you're an idiot for like the next 6 months. Rough. So yeah, there are pros and cons to both. But yeah, I appreciate that people are hanging out. I'm all about spreading the good vibes. I think that the Tuesday stream is really important. I think that streams happening every week is really important too. And maybe not everyone's going to agree with me on this, but it's not just about like the cynical, I want to form habits or whatever. It's not that. It's like some people find it really important for things to be reliable. Yeah, we come to church. I guess that actually kind of is my point. Even if you're not about the religious aspect, or you don't really care who the pastor is or whatever, I'm not a churchgoer. But a lot of people will go to church even though they know the guy's on vacation or whatever. Yeah, that too. I mean, there is the cynical aspect, right? We miss a stream and people go, oh, I should not block out my Tuesdays or my Thursdays because it's not reliable. I think that there is something to be said for that too, for sure. I'm gonna have to add some more juice to this probably. Neuro-spicy people are important? Is this a different way of saying something like neuroatypical? Which I definitely agree with. Yeah. Oh, this stuff washes off so easily. Yeah, my whole hand, my whole palm, and the whole backside of my hand last night at the end of paint night was like this, and it was layers on layers and layers. It was gray, and then a dark red, and then a bright red, and then this orange, and some yellows and purples, and comes right off in about a minute. So. I don't even use paint removal soap. The truth is, a lot of miniature paints, they have kind of I'm not even sure what I would call it. It's kind of a tackiness to them when you get them wet within a few hours of their application. I don't know if it's not reactivation because they don't just come off, but it's like they, you're able to like grip the texture. So it's like at the store, I could just get my hands wet and just literally just rub it. It's not wet. It's not going to come off on my models. And honestly, I'm not getting it on my fingertips, except for right there. So it's not a big deal. I'm more stressed about the fact that I am holding this right above my palette. Dude, I was doing nothing but rubbing at the store. Rubbing paint onto minis, but I was rubbing. I mean, that's all painting is, really. So you take something soft and feathery, and you rub it around on a piece of plastic with some colored liquid on it. bumped it again. I did it again. I bumped it. What an issue. Can't do that. Yeah, exactly. The flexibility of your skin plus you're breaking the bonds, and yeah, just some friction will do it. Palms in particular seem like they're really easy to clean, which is funny because you'd think with your palm print that it would have a plenty to grip onto there, but I guess it's just the fact that you can apply so much pressure and you have the print of your other palm working again. It just comes off. You can actually see right there, that's a remnant of paint that I didn't get off the back of my hand because it's harder to get off on the back. So, just a little spot of gray that I just decided that I didn't care about. Riveting stuff, I know. Literally talking about how paint dries. I have never played AOS outside of the games that we have played for this league. De Kratzberg. Yeah, I don't suffer from that particular peeling it off. I will say that the games that we've played so far, I've had a lot of fun with, but I've only played 2 games, so that opinion I reserve the right to change it later. I think that AOS is from a design perspective, AOS reads to me like a game that's trying its hardest to not be about skill. And that may be a hot take. They've introduced so much extra randomness to it. Can you do salad?
Want salad?
Yeah.
There's Caesar or House.
Surprise me. Actually, probably house.
House.
Yeah.
Dressing.
Vinaigrette of some kind. No sugar. So just whatever. Caesar's dressing is fine or whatever.
How much fruit?
A little bit.
Caesar then?
Yeah. He handed me a note as if I wasn't going to respond by just talking it through. That's Alex, by the way. Alex is pretty cool. That's true. I'm not saying that it's a completely no-skill game. Obviously, it's not gambling. AOS is not like, playing craps or something. There is absolutely strategy to it. List building is very much a skill-based thing, understanding what's good and what isn't. Movement, positioning, all those kinds of things. However, they're very attracted to making things unreliable in the game. Like Riders of Ruin. Scott was talking about this on the top episode that just came out. Riders of Ruin having to roll a 2-up. Why not just let it happen? Make it just something that goes off. And the answer to that is, well, it's good if sometimes it doesn't work because that means that newer players have a chance. That's what I think is their thing. I could absolutely be wrong. It could just be vestiges of 80s design. Certainly, older design did like rolling on tables and rolling multiple times consecutively for stuff. I've played a lot of Song of Ice and Fire. I am arguably one of the most experienced local players, certainly at the source. I play a lot. Me and Fang are probably the guys that play the most. And I like that rule system a lot more. Not because it's rank and flank or anything like that. just because while there are dice and there is randomness, it is really contained to just certain types of things. And other stuff is basically, you hit the button and it works. You play a card and the card happens. You do the order and the order happens. I'm not a fan, and there are cards in the game that aren't like that. There are things that are play this card, then roll a dice, play this card, then do something. Those I think are all bad. I'm not a fan of that. But when stuff is 100% reliable, it means that the gotchas are stronger. It means that it's easier for people to get caught out by things that they didn't know about, and it just works against them. Learning moments are rough. One of my friends is really into War Machine, and I've just never really... I watched him try and teach another friend how to play, and I was like, if this is how this game is played, I don't understand why anyone would play this. And maybe that was just him teaching it. I will say I am not a huge fan of the models, the model range. It's not my vibe. He says as he's doing Stormcast Eternals, which everyone rips on. That's me, Vince. I'm a spike for sure. Last one. I started on this one, but I didn't finish it. I've got to do it on the inside of the skirt too. And we'll do a tiny bit of that transparent paint on it to kind of soften the effect. Also, if I win my games, Vince, I get all the credit. But when I lose, it's definitely your fault. That's how it works, right? Because Vince gave me some advice for list building, which I may or may not have used or completely ignored. To be clear, I don't dislike randomness in and of itself. Like I was talking about earlier on the stream, I play a lot of D&D. I don't have a problem with randomness. My issue is randomness in decision making. Right? I am a big fan of rolling dice. My favorite thing about AOS is that you roll like 250,000 dice. Like these guys. If I'm attacking 6 dudes or more, I'm rolling 41 dice to hit? That's wild. That's absolutely nuts. Yeah, exactly. I do. I want to know that when I pick a thing, it'll happen. I want to know that my defensive abilities just work. I definitely gravitate towards that kind of stuff. And luckily for me, I would say, from what I can tell, Stormcast are one of the more reliable factions in that way. There's a lot less of the roll to roll to roll things. So I guess I picked well. Yeah, exactly. I played against Paul, who has appeared on stream before. Local guy. He's got orcs. He was telling me about their spell that it's like, yeah, you roll a 10 up and then you do 1,000,000 damage, and then if you rolled the 10 up, you get to try again and you can keep doing it. That's like so dumb. It makes me laugh because it's funny. It's the sort of thing of being able to tell that story of, yeah, that one time that I rolled 10 up on 2d6 5 times in a row and just won the game on the first turn or something like that. That's hilarious, but I don't think that's good balanced design. free refill. We're working on my minis for Thursday. Because these boys need to be ready to smack Curtis's Daughters of Cain around. Or just lose. Or I'll just drop them and break them. That would be great too. There's one other one that I have to hit the inside of that I forgot. Luckily on that cream color, man, this goes on real easy. It's not like trying to cover up this dark red and brown. That's true. Yeah, exactly. I am not someone who advocates for, in general, getting rid of randomness completely, Vince. I do think that, as evidenced by people going wild for, critical hits and stuff in a D&D game, the dice roll and the excitement around it does have value, for sure. Those moments of suspense that can be created by the dice is very valuable. However, big caveat, D&D is a great example of a really, depending on the edition, a really well-designed game that would be a pretty poor competitive experience. I don't know if that's the first sure that Vince has thrown at me. I'm pretty sure it's not, because when Vince was in town, we hung out a lot. It was fun. We had a good time. Vince and I bonded over TV shows that Scott doesn't understand. Kids these days, they just don't know how good they had it. Me and Vince, both big fans of Space Ghost Coast to Coast. Same Vince. Yeah. You know what I don't have in front of me is paper towels, so I'll be right back. Old man noises. You know what I'm gonna do too? I'm gonna wash this Cheeto dust off my hand, chat. So you get to listen to me use the sink and stare at my true form chair. See, I wish I had like an air horn over here or something. Or like one of those classic car horns, the Ooga ones. That'd be sick. Very surprising. Oh, that's really low, chair. What's wild about Space Ghost Coast to Coast for me is when it started. That show predates Adult Swim by like 8 years or something like that. Where Andy Merrill and what's the name of the guy that ran Adult Swim forever that I can't remember the name of? Yeah, well, I mean, like it continued to air well into Adult Swim. It just was like the progenitor of all of it. They're like, we've got the rights to these old Hanna-Barbera cartoons. Can we just like have like 10 grand to do a couple new animations and make something absurd? And they made it happen. John, how are you smelling us from so far away? Do you have smell-o-vision? Because I'm in, I think. I don't know if I would want to do the TUP smell-o-vision because it seems like every episode you have to talk about how you ripped ass really big. No, I definitely don't. I do have a blue monster though, which isn't bad. All right. So, at this point, I think I can start drilling holes and put them on bases. And then we can feather that, or we can do the power swords. 10 power swords. Man, I have regrets in my life. Thanks, John, by the way, for making me buy one of these. By showing it once on your channel and me going, I need that. Pilot holes? No, we don't do that here. Just go hard, literally in the paint. A little further. I will say that the chuck on mine is actually kind of wobbly. Maybe I can make this visible. You can see it just wobbles a little bit, and that's in the chuck. I don't think that that's actually a big deal because it's not forcing me off my hole and doesn't, come on. It doesn't waller it out or anything like that, so it's not a big deal. Vampira 66, 5 months in a row. Just got my figure from last week's giveaway. Looks great. Thank you so much. Yeah, can be quiet while I'm drilling. Kickstarter was a big success. We were happy to promote it and give some figures to people early that will appreciate it. Dude, it's so much better fair trash than any sort of regular hand drill. I cannot say it enough. Yes, this is a single-use tool. Vince talked about it as well in his review of this, which he did recently. Yes, it's a single-use tool. It doesn't really do much. But the thing that it does, the thing that this thing does, nothing does it better. Oh my God. It's just like, I didn't pin things before really, because I hated it so much. Yeah. Best $58 or whatever it was I've spent on a tool, I think, outside of a good paintbrush. There are some people that will not benefit from it at all. Yeah, pretty much cartographer. Yeah, it's 3 or 4 times the price of a standard pin drill. Or in the case of the GW one, it's 50% more expensive. And yet, it is so much better. It is also, I actually corrected someone in the comments of, I think, John's video talking about hobby tools, where they were like, it doesn't accept other bits. It does. As long as the bit's outer diameter is less than the... So if you look at the wow stick bits have this kind of necked design to them, rather than just being the same size throughout. And the chuck basically grips this size and smaller. So this thing will do whatever bits that you want in the kind of the hobby space. The chuck is mediocre because it's plastic with a brass insert. It is not like a high quality tool chuck, but it doesn't need to be because the thing spins at, like a couple hundred RPM, and it's it's high torque, but it's low in the sense that it is not doing any sort of hard tool work, and it just works. My small bits, Vince, that are smaller than this work just fine in it. I have a I bought a pack of 1.25, 1 millimeter, and 1.5 millimeter bits, just as spares to have, and they all work fine in this. I don't know if you can go smaller than that, but you just kind of have to keep cranking to get that brass chuck to come down. There we go. Honestly, this side might not get pinned because it's the foot that's sort of up at an angle. I can drill the hole, I can put the pin in there, but oftentimes the hole necessitates being at a slight angle. Yeah, I will, when I get home today, I will pull those out and show you and send you a link. This is way better than the Dremel because it's like 100 times slower. The issue that I have with the Dremel, even on the lowest setting, it's spinning so much faster. This thing I think spins at 300 RPM, would be my guess. Yeah, that's true too. If you have big, clumsy hands like I do, like I might as well just be Lenny of Mice and Men, you know. I'm constantly dropping my minis. Like you saw there, I just shoved the drill right off. Stuff like that. Where this benefits me immensely. It's also just more satisfying. I'm a man of culture, okay? I've read books. I've been to plays. I haven't done a lot of reading of the book that John loaned me, though. Not for lack of one thing. I've just been so fucking busy. Oh, my God. It just doesn't stop around this time of year. Got work, got this. Got the league. Streaming multiple times a week. I got my other show. Here's why you're wrong. I think you have plenty of control with this. The key, shiny and chrome. The key, I think, is I don't generally do any sort of starter mark. However, if you really want to take this to the next level, you get a punch, and you find your spot, and you do a little divot, and then you have something for the drill to just rest in to start with. And then this thing has just as much control as a pin vise, because you can modulate your pressure to, you know, determine how fast you want to drill. I'm not too worried about it since I'm just doing feet. But if you're someone doing the gun barrels on your guys, absolutely. Name of the wind. So, as I was telling y'all earlier, the new cat's name is Darkstar. My old cat's name, who is 11 now, is Temeraire, after the book series of the same name. Obviously, a big fan of that series. Good books. That's sort of my favorite setting. Which is to say, what if we did Napoleon but added just a tiny bit of fantasy? True low fantasy. There's like basically no magic or anything like that, but we got dragons. Dragons are cool. If I had one criticism of the WoW stick, the one thing I don't like about it is the button. It's fine. I just wish it was one of those longer style tape switches rather than just a singular spot. If it was more like the tape switches that go with like a streamlight or something like that, where so you could hold it further back or further up, that would be great. I don't think it really matters, so I just want to make sure that that's deep enough. Yep. One got kind of clogged with shmoo. There we go. Plastic shmoo. This is a Wow Stick. Awesome site. Since I work for Scott, I will say you can follow Scott's Amazon link on his gear page to give us a small kickback of your purchase. But no one would think it any wrong if you went to Vince's page or Ninjon's page, because they have both reviewed this tool in depth and have links to it there as well. And, you know. And speaking of Amazon, if you don't know, if you have an Amazon Prime membership, you can subscribe to the channel for free. No ads. And you help me buy my salad that I just ordered, which is pretty cool. If you don't know how to do it, there are lots of guides on how to link your Amazon Prime account and your Twitch account. It's all owned by Amazon. Jeff Bezos, in his infinite grace and wisdom, has gifted you with the ability as an Amazon Prime member to, yeah, there you go. Cartographer's got the best idea. Just buy them all. You can link your accounts and subscribe to one channel for free a month manually. You can't set up an auto subscription like you can with a regular one. But free subscription is a free subscription. And if this is your favorite Twitch channel, or you know you just want to, you can send us it's basically a free $5 for us. I mean, it doesn't end up being that way because Twitch takes a big chunk of it, but still, we appreciate it. Big tactical rock. As ever, the appreciated tactical rock. This is my only problem with this basing scheme, is it's kind of hard to integrate rocks and stuff. I'll show that on stream after I drill this other foot. Because it's like, what do I do? Do I make it slick and black? Do I make it look like a stone? Do I do OSL on it? That's kind of what I did on the other one, is I just did a whole bunch of orange. And I don't really like that. I think it looks weird. So I haven't found an answer for that yet. See, the contrast of him to the base I think works, but I think the contrast of the stone to the base is no good, and I need to figure out a different solution. So. For the winter, part of my lore is that the idea is that their magical armor protects them from the lava. And honestly, if I had more time and wherewithal for this, I would actually be doing two different things. The orange from the light, and then I'd be doing like an energy color on the very bottoms of their feet and like little lightning bolts onto the base. And that may happen eventually, but not now. I ain't got time for that. So it ain't happening right now. But there is the possibility that once I've painted all 7,000 points of Stormcast, that may happen. Okay, so this foot I'm not going to drill into because he's slightly lifting it, and so this is the only part that's in contact. And there's really no point. I'm not going to get a pin into there. But the other one's just fine. Maybe a she. I'm not sure. I'll tell you what, that might be my favorite thing about Stormcast in comparison to Space Marines. So they are not exclusively a dudes club. Also, thank you to I can't see the name. That should be working now. You should be able to send a message and stuff, but I can't see it because I'm doing the solo stream thing, so I have a bunch of stuff on my screen that wouldn't ordinarily be here. So, thank you for picking up a, it looked like a tie-dye hoodie. Drilled 1 foot on this guy already? Okay. I don't remember doing that, but sure. Why not? Stormcast magic. Yeah, you know, they've got plot armor, basically. They're just the coolest. You can tell because they're on the box art. Nope. Nope. Like that. There we go. You know what my biggest disappointment with Stormcast are? And I know that this is a ridiculous thing to say. You're lurking. Oh, are they not actually here?
Yeah, they said they were here.
I hate that. My biggest disappointment with Stormcast has to be Indastra, or however you pronounce her name. It's a cool model, don't get me wrong, with their wings up and out. But I want the Mini to look like the splash art on the book of her like flying down and stabbing the thing. Way cooler pose. And GW can do it. GW has the skills and the resources to do minis that are that cool and dynamic. And instead they just went with, come on, come on. You can't give me art like that and then not make the Mini. And I am sure that there is someone out there making an STL that is definitely not her, and is definitely not her doing that. But I just expect more. I want the cool, like, flying down and stabbing something base. Oh well. It's fine. It's fine. She's not even that good anyway. Almost done. 2 more to go. And we get to do the fun process of sticking these guys on bases. 9 of them anyway. 1 of them I still have to do the sealing on the base. So satisfying to watch the plastic just erupt out of the hole. If you know what I'm saying. Where'd you order from? Nice. I did this one. They've just got Domino's dressing.
They got balsamic, ranch, and the Caesar.
Cool. Works for me. Seems healthy or something, you know, salads.
Don't look at the nutrition facts, it's as healthy as possible.
Yeah, that's true. That's how pizza works, right? As long as I don't read the label, it's healthy. It's got all the food groups. It's got fruit or vegetables, depending on who you ask, in the tomato sauce. It's got cheese, which is a nice, rich fat. It's got carbs, which are good for you. Well known to be very good for you. All right, so got these guys ready for pinning. That means I gotta make pins. This is the hardest part. I know that sounds ridiculous. The issue with the pins, Urzaz, that is a wow stick. Wow, a pin drill. So they have a couple different tools like this. This is the pin drill, wow stick. It could, I'm not positive, it could be listed in the gear page on the Miniac website. Wow, look at that stick. Really, really great tool. Big fan. So anyway, as I was saying, this is one of the hardest things to do because you have to clip them short and they just want to shoot into space when you clip them. I've yet to find a pair of clippers I really like using for this. These Excel ones are fine. But you kind of have to like shoot it into your hand. I clip them in the feet. Yeah, you can do that. where you stick it in and then kind of clip it there. What I worry about is I'm putting enough force into there that I'm worried that I'm gonna snap something. Let's try it. Let's try Rufus's suggestion. Just something like that. We don't need a lot. See, it just comes right off. Rufus, cool. See, the difference is I'm actually just like a giant ogre. It's because you didn't hold it. Yeah, do you see? My dexterity score is clearly negative, all right? Yeah, no, I ain't gluing shit. What I want to do is I want to make a whole bunch of pins first. I'm also 6'4". Congrats. You weigh a lot less than me, though. It's gone. It's gone. It just shot into space. It happened. That was the whole clip, too. The short piece is right here. I heard it hit the camera. Well, I have no idea where that went. Fantastic. It's all right, I have plenty of paper clips, but it's like, I told you, bro. I told you about paper clips flying straight up into space. And then it happened. Now it hit the softbox on the top of the camera. Obviously, I can't really show that, but it's like a hat that you can open and close over it. Yep, pretty much. What's with this straight paper clip sitting here? Let me make sure that this is the same size paper clip. Yep, we're good. I don't want to glue it. I want to make these in bulk. I also want to send some metal to space. How cool is that? It's like Tesla or something. What I really need is there's still water in this. God. Look at how nasty this cup is. Can you see how much paint buildup he's got here? This is Scott's standard paint more minis mug. This is heavily used. To be clear, my Citadel brand water cup is similarly ringed and stained. Oh, you know what? I do have cork. That's what I should be using. Then I don't have to glue shit, and I can just chop, 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 chop. Yeah, I think that that's the plan. Yes, I did just use my pen drill to drill a properly sized hole in the cork. Which I can't really see. I've done it, chat. I have made my own mini. Look at that. It's a thing of beauty. Yeah. It's so stressful putting all that force into it. Man, that's longer than I want. That's like, man, it's hard to pick these up. Yeah, that might be a bit too long. That's twice the length. Yeah, no, these suck. I really like my other Excel tools. I got these suck. They hold up fine, but they don't really cut a lot, so. Let me just get out my Tamiya flat cutters. Make everyone cringe really hard. See, this is the thing. I'm such a sucker for just buying hobbying stuff. that if someone made a really good set of pins at this size, charged $10 for them or whatever, I'd buy them. Wow, what a great deal. 200 pins. It's like 4 paper clips worth. I'm a sucker with a Red Grass Games palette. Sucker is the wrong word. I actually really like my Red Grass Games palette, but is it any better than the standard one? No. Oh, it can't be brass. It's got to be spring steel. It's very important that it's paperclip material. Then you could use that in your marketing. Every bit as good as a cut-up paperclip. Mike, I do not pin that many things, unfortunately for you. These are the first Army things I've ever had to pin because I did this to the bases, and because of that, I can't really like plastic glue on them. This is the only way to really get strength from the base, because if you glue it onto the crackle paint, first time you bump it, it'll just rip the crackle paint off. Because even with my sealing layer of varnish and stuff, there's just not a lot of adhesion there. So you drill through, and then your pin is glued to the bottom here. So, yeah, I need my Amazon Prime subscribe and save for chunks of paperclip. Man, that pizza smells good.
You can have some.
Yeah, I know, but I'm doing the keto diet thing, man.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I could, but I shouldn't.
Sorry, I'm tempting you.
Nah, that's fine. Getting there. I know this is the most riveting thing you've ever seen on stream, is a guy cutting up a paperclip. Someone's going to clip that and label it the most riveting thing I've ever seen on stream. No refunds. These are still longer than I want, probably, but that's okay. Since we're going down into the depths of the underbase. The underbase. It doesn't really matter how long they are. It's not like pinning a weapon on or whatever. Plastic surgery pin cutters. Sigmar blesses you. Here are his words for you this day, child of the ordered world. They don't want you to have a Rolls Royce. I promise. So dumb. I love it. Is that enough pins? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, not quite. Getting there. So the way that works is Nightbot has a command that pulls random quotes from DJ Khaled. So I couldn't not have Sigmar be DJ Khaled. Yo, Sigmar be tripping. I really can imagine Sigmar saying, "Congratulations, you just played yourself." Very, very, very on brand. So guys, this is what we need to do. We need to start a petition with GW for Sigmar to appear and be played by DJ Khaled in a piece of media. They need to do like Origins of the Stormcast or something. Let's put him in old man makeup. Boom. Got him. All right, that should be enough. Cool. Where's my super glue? Or at least my really good glue. I already got it out. That's how brilliant I am. Yo, we have a Sigmar at home. Yeah, Sigmar at home. Yo, what up? Big fan of this stuff, but man, the gel is tough to get out because you have to load it into the cap. Now we just stick pins in feet. Man, amazing. Just dip it in the super glue, just a little touch of it. Stick it in the hole. Oh yeah. That pin is probably not quite long enough for that. That's okay. It'll be just fine. Doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be good. Yeah, I do like the Loctite super glue bottle better. I do think that the gel is not quite as good. Like gel for gel. See, that one's too long. It won't be an issue. Shouldn't be. I can always clip it down more once it's in. But yeah, some of these are definitely like, what am I thinking? That's twice as long as I want it to be. Here we go. We're going to shoot this into space. Jesus. There we go. Amos Dean has returned, and with him, he brings good tidings. Or she. They? Listen, your reasons may all be great, but at this point, I'm doing it wrong just to annoy you. How does that make you feel, Rufus? Is your sub worthwhile? I could have glued in the whole, the whole thing, and then been like, this is how you pin, and then drilled a hole in the base and snaked the whole thing through. Really? Really, Mike? That's man, that's interesting. Melty. Donnie Dino, are you asking about my army? Because I can just show my guys and what I've been doing here in a moment. There you go. Bases look good, but it would be cool to see some minis. We're getting there. We're gonna put the minis on the bases. I know. If I had known that it was me streaming today, I would have brought. I would have prepared to have brought more interesting things to do. But we are gonna go a little later than usual today because it's just me. And we wrap things up here. And then I go, you know what I don't want to do? I don't want to sit in my car for an hour at rush hour. So I often just take care of like computer work or busy work or whatever. But I don't have any of that today because it's just me flying solo. So we might go for like an extra hour today. I hope that excites you. The swords are, right now they're base coated in dark purple, which kind of comes through on camera. It's very dark. And then what we'll do from there is we will highlight up to a light purple, and then they'll get lightning, and the lightning will get treated with hot pink. Because this is still a Miniac stream, even if I am not the Miniac, I am a Miniac. And that means that I have to use hot pink at every excuse that I get. So yeah, they will be purple and pink, which is how I have my power swords set up on my sequitors. They have 2 swords between the 5 of them. So I definitely drilled a hole in one of the feet in the spot I shouldn't have drilled it, because that ankle ain't on the ground. That's okay. I'm a pro. Right as I was about to say I'm a professional, I clock my head into the camera. Amazing. Truly, truly amazing. The hot pink was truly a saga. My favorite part about that is it was here the whole time. It wasn't at home. It wasn't like lost. It was just right over there in that metal cabinet. It just didn't look hard enough. Sorry, Scott. I know that you said that on stream already, so it's not a big deal, but it's just kind of funny. What I would call this place is it has the appearance of being very well organized. Come on, go in the hole. Go in your hole. There you go. Don't you want to go home? Go in your hole. Oh, well. Rufus, the box of hot pink. It's right over there the whole time. Send it home, Abby. Just send it home. I haven't watched that movie in quite a while. Truly the golden age of Adam Sandler. Yeah, that may be. I don't think that they were where they were supposed to be, but like it was just the box. He knew they were in the box. And he clearly at some point looked at the box, because this is the same thing that contains his armies and his miniatures and the terrain for the gaming table and some paints, and just like he's in there on a regular basis. And somehow it just never clicked. So. Yeah. Happy Gilmore holds up a lot better than The Waterboy, in my opinion. I rewatched both of those around the same time, 4 years ago or so. And Waterboy's still funny, don't get me wrong. I didn't dislike it, but it's a lot. It feels more dated to me. I don't know why, because I don't think they're really that different. Happy Gilmore just still feels dumb and amazing. Yeah, these pens are all a little on the long side. There may be some extra trimming involved. Yeah, like that. Like this. Maybe a bit long. He's walking on stilts. Yeah, Rufus, I don't know. If only there were people around right now that could help me do this in a better way. I don't know. Someday someone's going to come up with a solution on the internet where someone can watch what I'm doing live and provide feedback. Ideally useful feedback too. Maybe a bunch of people at once could watch and then they could all provide feedback. And I could proceed to ignore it and ram into walls. Sorry, what movie Knox Geek? You mean Uncut Gems? Clearly spelled that wrong. It's Gems. Yeah, Mom Wolf. Someone could probably make a lot of money. Make a website like that. Sell it to Jeff Bezos. Reminds me, I should take a drink. It's not just blue flavor. It's ultra blue flavor. Oh, am I done? Oh, no, there is another one here. Okay. Now I'm done. Closing in on that final step. Man, time flies when you're doing really monotonous, boring things with miniature painting. Let me tell you. Okay, so I need some white paint. Hey, look at that, bold titanium white. We put some on. We're actually gonna, oh, geez. Got a little excited there. I keep using the dry palette. Yeah, look at that. It's overflowing, chat. Just went off in my hands. Gross. Okay, so here's a little tip for people to prevent that from happening with Pro Acrylic paints, which I clearly didn't follow last time. So what can happen is the barometric pressure changes. It's low pressure right now because we're in the middle of a storm. Clearly it was higher pressure when I closed the cap, and that causes the bottle to be slightly pressurized. The way to prevent that from happening is while you are closing it, squeeze the bottle slightly, very slightly, then close the cap. I did lose a little, that's actually a bubble, that's not paint, yeah. Now, this bottle is low pressure. So the next time I open it, air wants to go in rather than come out. I do this on all my dropper bottles when I think of it, and that's most of the time. And it helps a lot. I have had catastrophic experiences with paints before where you take the cap off and it's just like all over your hand. I notice it more with the Pro Acryl stuff. Mostly because you're loading the tip when you shake it in a way that you aren't necessarily with traditional dropper bottles because they have that narrow channel. Yes, it can also be a temperature change thing. The barometric pressure is the bigger factor, though. I will just tell you. Because my heat is set to the same where I am now as I am at home, generally speaking. You know, like roughly 65 to 70 degrees. The bigger thing is going to be the barometric pressure. Which is why it happens sometimes and doesn't others. And it can happen just day to day in your house, right? You open paint and one day it's like, ooh! So yeah, when you close the bottle, you just apply a little bit of pressure. Like you're squeezing out paint with it face up, and then you close the cap and let go, and now it's under negative pressure and it'll never goober on your hands. Never ever. Hope that helps you, Mega Hamster 7. As a merciless Pro Acryl shill, I have learned all the idiosyncrasies of dealing with this stuff. And you can see it's happened a few times to me before I really understood that. And sometimes I just don't do it. Particularly when I'm at paint night, I don't do that shit. I'm too busy. All right, so now the fun begins. It's something that isn't unique to Pro Acryl, but it's more common with Pro Acryl because you're really loading up that tip. And there's no way for air to get out. when you shake them. So figure out what orientation we want them to be in. Do it on camera, ideally. See, I have these spots of yellow, which I soften a little bit. I'm not a huge fan of the yellow. In person, it's a little too green. I actually kind of prefer the uniform stuff. That said, a couple of these, I kind of blended it into the orange. I like this. This works, but the spot yellow didn't, in my opinion. That's okay. In general, I think I'm gonna put their feet right on the yellow. Or, yeah, this one here, like that. Okay, I like that. So we dip a little bit of paint. Just the tiniest little globule onto his pins. We go, get on camera. Just go. Oop. And then where those little white dots are, we will drill. The base is gone forever. I just dropped it and the floor is lava, so. All right. Now this is the part where I drill through right into my hand. Just slam it through. That's the other thing that I like better about the WoW stick is it's less aggressive over drilling than like a Dremel is. Hey! Malev Flow Shinobi rating with a party of 39. That's our third or fourth raid of the stream. Can I say everybody loves the chair? How are you doing, Malev? Oh, my spine. I'm the guest Scott of the day. Actually, that white is going to be an asset. A little tiny bit of white in there. That would be bad, except that's a perfect spot to put a nice little spot highlight of my orange. Yeah, the nice, yeah. I love it. I love this thing. Yeah, Mike, I mean, I've mentioned on a stream before, I broke my neck right before the pandemic. I was like, spine? Fuck that. C7 vertebrae fracture. Let's do this thing. Compression fracture of my C7 vertebrae. I don't think I've actually told the story behind that on stream, so maybe we can do that in just a minute here. And thank you, Malev. These are my minis for this Thursday's game. Looking forward to it. Isn't Tabletop Inquirer always pretty funny? Actually, maybe I want to put him the other way. No, yeah, I think this way's better. Otherwise, his sword sticks out like a million feet, so.
Oh my God!
This is something that really annoys me about pinning things onto bases. Sometimes the holes are lined up and it's just like, it doesn't want to go because of the angle. You just kind of have to work it. Oh, oh. Snap. And then what I'm gonna do once these are on here is I'm just gonna squirt a tiny bit of thin glue, which I don't actually have with me, so that's gonna happen at home later. A little bit of thin super glue right under their feet. And I am going to put little globs of glue on the pins on the bottom here as they stick through. This is why I switch cameras, because I keep doing this. It's very, very annoying. I think I'm gonna buy Scott a gift. And by that, I mean I'm going to buy me a gift because I'm going to do this again at some point, I'm sure. 90-degree HDMI adapter. Oh! Anyway, Malev, if you're still here, what were you painting today? I'm sure it was something cool because you're always painting cool shit, so. I wish I got Roadhouse. That'd be I'm not one of those guys that does I tell a different story every time about my injury, because mostly the actual story behind it is just pretty good. It's not even that exciting. It's just when you break your neck, no matter what you do, people are interested in it. So, like, let's be real. If I said I broke my neck getting out of bed, or I broke my neck like driving to work or whatever, you'd be like, "Whoa, how?" Neither of those is the accurate story, but it would just work. Krieg. Slip and slide. It sits at a high risk for your insurance carrier, is what I have to say. So most people don't know. My real job, when I'm not helping Scott with streams, I am an insurance agent. I am truly the scum of the earth. I'm also a radio producer. I'm also a miniature painter. A multifaceted man. Damn, I just got white paint everywhere. Huge. That's cool. Man, it's like every time I'm doing this effect with the dry brushed OSL, I don't come with cup holders, but I come with love handles. Every time I'm doing this effect with the dry brush, I'm like, this looks like shit. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. And then I put them on the base and I'm like, it works. It totally works. It's subtle. Like, even though it's a heavy-handed single color OSL right now, and I may feather this out still with the transparents. Once you put it on there with that nice orange glowing base, it just like clicks and you go, oh, yeah, I get it. That pin is definitely too long. Look at this. Yeah, right over here is where I can set him. He's a little rocky right now. So that one's gonna get cut down in a second here. If only there was a way to put these in place and not have them stick out more than you intended. I'm sure someone will think of something eventually. That one's going all the way to Mexico. I definitely heard it hit the ceiling and the wall across the room, so. What's this one gonna go on? Maybe I'll put it on the unsealed one, and then I can try making it blend in with gloss. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Only pins. Hey, Mike, now there's something. Only pins. The problem is that you'd get a bunch of people subscribing thinking that they were getting cool pins like Scott has on his, oh wait, I've got a paint rack cam. Or not. Hello, paint rack cam. Earth to paint rack cam. Are you just off right now? No? Maybe? You just unplugged? Oh. Hello. It's me, the producer. Who the hell puts lens caps on set cameras anyway? Yeah, I was gonna say, the problem is if you call it only pins, people are gonna expect these cool little pins and stuff rather than pins for painting. That's true. I would love to see more pins. I've always been someone who wants to be a pin collector. One of my best friends has a ton. She's got like, I think 3 cork boards now of, it's like pins and convention badges. And I think that's a pretty cool collection to have because it's like experiential and communal and all that kind of stuff. But I've just never done it. I think we put that right there. Oh, that's the wrong camera. Yeah, there we go. All right. So I think we put this rock right on the edge over here. Or those little teeny ones. Because I'm not a big fan of the little teeny tiny. Yeah, decapitated generic spaceman would be a pretty sweet pin. No. If Scott doesn't watch this back, I'll ask him about it next time we talk. And say, hey, are there any new pins in the works? Because I agree. More pins is more better. Oh! It's okay. Yeah, see, this is kind of what I'm talking about. Let me get this on camera. So you can see where I drilled right here. That just tore up a big old chunk of the stuff. And you can actually see where it was in contact, how little of it was in contact. You see that little black dot next to the hole there? That's actually what the crackle paint was holding onto. That's it. So what I do to make these more rugged, because they will just kind of come apart, is I absolutely bathe them in varnish that's watered down just a little bit. So like 80-20, but I fill the cracks. So that's what these are, is I just take the gloss varnish and I go nuts because I want it to run underneath and create more of a bonding adhesion layer. And this stuff, don't get me wrong, this isn't strong, but this one hasn't had that done yet. And so if I rubbed this hard, this would all come off. However, my thinking here is, and I kind of softly said this, but I want to explain it so people understand what I'm doing. So this rock, this tactical rock, right now is like very matte and looks very different. And the idea is I'm going to stick this to the base, and then when I do the gloss varnish on it, I will also gloss varnish just this rock to try and make it blend in. Break? Okay.
Scott in the chat.
I haven't seen him. He's probably resting. I hope he's getting his rest in. Talking about Scott. Because guy's got to get healthy because he's producing Thursday night stream. Tactical rock. It's only the most tactical, right? The most tactical rocks. If I have to paint the foot rock, I will. I'm thinking that once I hit it with gloss paint, because with gloss varnish, it's going to look a lot closer to this. Right now, it's really, really matte because it's been hit with golden so flat matte orange, and it was a matte black to start with. And we'll see how it looks. I may have to come back through with like a gloss black and spot it to make it look more like that. Or maybe I'll push it the other direction and do some grays and stuff. I had a tactical rock on my other base that wasn't as obviously wrong because the sequiturs, it's on the lady that she has like the soul. God damn it. There we go. It's this, she's sucking in the thing into the Ghostbusters trap. She's got like a thing that's sucking in someone's face, basically. And that I painted a hot pink, and I just had a bunch of OSL from that on the rock. So the rock is now like the thing that's catching all the pink light. Works, looks fine. But this, because he doesn't have a lot of other stuff going on, it just looks out of place. It's all right. Gonna do a bunch of gloss. It's gonna be fine. He's kind of sitting funny on the base. There we go. Yeah, I don't know what Scott was doing to get sick, but probably was dirty, nasty stuff, like licking doorknobs. It's probably true. Drank the paint water. Oh, drinking paint water is something that just sounds really, really bad to me. Go in your hole. What the hell? Is it fouled up? Let's just trim this pin again. I think it's got a little dingly dongly on it. Yeah, these cutters suck. Excel, I love your knives. This thing has been just an absolute waste. It's holding up fine. It's just like not sharp enough. And then it goes flying. Hallucinogenic paint water. Now we're talking. That sounds very interesting. Yeah, maybe I should just leave them like this. Maybe that's what I should be doing with all my Stormcast, is having them float above the lava. That's their plot armor, is that they float 6 inches above it. Oh wait, that's dumb. All right, let's look at the ones we've got left here. Man, I really want that overhead camera. Do I have a view with that right now? I totally don't. What a shame. What a shame. So we've got this pattern here. This one's really good and crackly. Big cracks. I want to show that off with one of these guys that's got the open skirt. Yeah, that's gonna be it. Put his foot on that section there. Something like that. I love this part because it's where things really start coming together. Right? All the work starts to feel worth it. I also kind of hate this technique that I'm using because of the fact that I have to do so much of the painting directly handling the minis. I have to be very careful with them. It's part of the reason that I was having such problems with the Pro Acryl Primer, truthfully, is that some of it was this stuff. I love the surface to paint on, but it just does not have the wherewithal to stand up to being directly touched, like, at all. You know, is that the primer's fault? I don't think so, but it just means that I needed a different product for what I'm doing. I'm using Vallejo primer for these now. Been pretty happy with that. What the fuck? Definitely a lot of go in your hole-itis here. There we go. I will say the crackle paint makes it really hard to see the hole. Come on, there we go. What did I do with my chapstick? Oh well. Oh, 4 more. How late are we gonna go today? You guys want to get an extra hour in? Maybe an hour and a half? Can do some work on these power swords. This one's got the yellow on it. Thinks this is gonna be the horn blower and cover up the yellow spots that I don't like with his billowing cape, his powerful hands. Definitely didn't get enough orange there. That's all right, I can come back through. Yeah, get that shot at the back of your hands, something like that. Oh, hey, look what Evan did. Evan's a moron. Put the pin into the lifted heel. Bad, bad, bad. Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm really never going to get that last bit. It's as good as it's going to get. All right. So I've got one really short pin. So now the consideration changes. I want one that I've got a nice flat spot to put it in. Might be this one here. Yeah, that'll work just fine right there. Carefully, don't get it on his foot. Just like that. Just like that. The longer we get to watch you, Jesus Christ, that was so close. He almost landed in white paint, which would have been really bad. Really, really bad. Yeah, that pin is gonna work, but tain't much holding him on. This one's gonna get the full glue treatment right now, I think. I'll use the gel for this because it's what I got. Scott, I'm sure, has thin super glue somewhere near me, but I don't want to dig around the set looking for where he keeps his super glue. So we'll just use the gel. Where did I set that? Where did I set that? Wow Stick. This might as well be an ad for the Wow Stick today. If you're gonna buy something on Amazon, don't forget to use Scott's affiliate link. Doesn't cost you anything extra, and we get a tiny portion of that sale. You can find the affiliate link on the Miniac website, miniac.co. And of course, if you like what you see here, here's your little, the term for it is a call to action. Get subscribed. It's how we pay for it. True story. Also, the benefit, no ads, and you get to join the Discord. So you can pester me personally or talk to Scott. And if you are an Amazon Prime member, which, I mean, statistically speaking, you probably are, because like everyone in the United States and worldwide is, because Jeff Bezos' empire knows no limits and no bounds. You have one free sub a month. One free sub a month that you can give to us. All you have to do is link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, which they make pretty easy. And then you can click subscribe, and it'll say, which way do you want to subscribe? Do you want to subscribe regular or subscribe with Prime? And you say, I want to subscribe with Optimus Prime. And he goes, one shall stand, one shall fall. And he turns into a big truck and fucking dies in the first 10 minutes of the movie. Yeah, this horn is ridiculous. This guy is getting a different head. So the lore of my legion is that all my Stormcast, except my leader, are anvils of Heldenhammer that have died enough times to completely lose their voices. So none of them can talk. They're all experienced veteran soldiers, but they are the Silent Legion, except Estrella Vox, the head, who is the voice of the Silent Legion. Lore is important. Anyway, this guy, because he's blowing a horn, he's not going to be wearing a helmet. And because he's died so many times, the anvils look more and more like shades or undead or whatever. And I'm just going to straight up give him a skull for a head. The guy is actually just an undead skeleton. And undead skeletons, as we all know, definitely have lips for blowing horns. Everyone knows that. Come on. Yeah, he's duding the horn. You have to embrace the memes sometimes. Sometimes you get insurance agent stuff in the middle of the day, and you're like, oh no. Oh no. No, I don't think that's the base for him. I think it's one of these two. Just like that. Just like that. Dun, 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 dun. Here I go. Wow, sticking again. That one's right there. Directly towards my hand. I just want to not mess it up, okay, Mike? You ever paint in front of, like, more than 10 people? Well, I have. Doing it right now. All you need to do is go in your hole now. Right there. Yeah. Got it. Another little tip I have for people who are basing their minis. Even doing something basic like this. Definitely try and vary how centered they are in the base. Because if they don't all match exactly how centered they are, you want it to look intentional. Yeah. Yeah, Cujo, I'm actually the real Miniac and have been the whole time. Scott is just a front. Yep, for sure. Yep. That guy's just a paid actor. He's never painted a mini. When we do streams, it's my hands and his face, obviously, 100%. Oh man, I bumped it right as I went back to it. I went out of it because I bumped it, and then I bumped it when I went back. Come on. Come on. Yeah, there we go. Better. Focus. Nothing. That's fine. Yeah, thousands of fans have met him at cons. He's entered competitions. He's been doing a miniatures podcast. All me the whole time. It's all been me for sure. Yep, totally. See, the thing about joking on the internet. Here's another piece of words of wisdom. There are some people that, for whatever reason, cannot detect sarcasm or that type of humor. And it's with this large an audience, it is very possible that there is someone watching right now that thinks that I am being serious. So for that person, I want to say, I'm telling a joke. Yeah. Knox understands. Oh, I messed this one up. Okay, so he's gonna sit like this, more like, yeah, that's fine. Actually, that's probably better. So, hey, Chandlander, 11 months in a row. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I will say something that's actually kind of annoying about these guys is just how big their big swords are. Look at how much that sticks out from the base. He and this one are the worst defenders in that regard. Most of them have like more sword up poses. But these two are definitely, you know, gonna interfere with their friends. They're pretty big swords. Everything's fine. We're all fine here. It's important to note also that when I point out that I am telling a joke for something like that, I'm not making fun of people that don't understand that, because oftentimes it is not their fault that they don't understand. Yeah, the Mountains men have a real mold problem in that regard, for sure. But Mike is right, and that is one of the things I don't like about them. The other thing I don't like about them, they're mostly really cool, but there's the one guy that has like, it's like supposed to be hair, but it looks like an afro, but it just looks really bad. The other sculpts are really sweet, and then there's the one guy that's just, it looks like clown afro hair. It is not good. It is not good. Maybe I'll print up some custom heads like I am for my army here and replace my Mountains men. That guy's head. Cause it's rough. Those are early sculpts too, so they're definitely soft, so. Do it. Don't pussy out. Make them actually clowns. You're like Harlequins or whatever. Yeah. Get that out of here. I gotta put this one in first. Come on. Oh, yep, good. Very good. The other thing I don't like about working with this crackle paint is you have to lay it on so thick that it kind of overflows off the edge. And so I'm never really gonna be able to get a fully clean edge on this. Like I can scrape these clean and it'll flake off the top. So whatever, my cup overfloweth. Maybe he's gonna get glued on now too. Yeah, I just don't really, the truth is I don't want to sand the bases. It's just a lot of work and it risks chipping off a bunch on the edge. I think any upward motion would knock off stuff, which would suck, right? But here we go. We did it. They're all on bases. Some of them more on than others, as the case may be. Get down there. He's got a little spot of white. There we go. Bumped the camera again. Focus. Is that what that's for, Noxgeek? Is for scraping the edge of the base? Is that a joke? Are you messing with me right now? Are you being edgy on the internet? Because if that's what that's for and it works, then maybe that tool is worth having in your toolbox. I have the I'm gonna be 100% clear here. The plainly superior tool in my toolbox. If I can actually get it out. Come on. Come on. Well, first of all, the truly superior tool, the hobby knife for removing mold lines. I also have, I love this thing. This is the Monument Hobbies mold line scraper. Much more useful shape. This like sharpened trowel kind of shape can actually get into spaces that the hobby knife can't. Because the hobby knife, you can hold like this and go up and down any sort of mold line. But there are some spaces that you need to get up into, and that's where this comes in. I will say, I kind of wish that the two ends were different, and it had two different slightly approaches. Basically, I'm sure that they're not truly identical. I think this end is bigger, but they're the same overall shape. I like this tool a lot. It's also 1/3 the price. Like, I think this was like $8 or something. I'd have to double check, but that sounds about right. Cost less than a brush, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, if you're in the Twin Cities, you can pick these up at Tower Games. You can pick these up at the Source. You can tell people that I sent you. Why not? Sure, I can do a close-up. So the end of this is a sort of angled trowel thing. And this is a scraping surface, and these are scraping surfaces. So the idea is, I'm not gonna hold my painted mini while I do this. Instead, I'll hold a paint handle. Pretend this is the back of a Stormcast's leg, right? So normally with a hobby knife, you'd come through here and scrape like this, right? And that works great. But then you've got these guys where their leg goes up into a recessed area. And there's no way for me to get a knife in there once it's assembled. And to be clear, you can clean up mold lines before you put a mini together, and that is the better way to do it. But it's so much more time consuming because, like, do I need to clean up the mold line on his leg all the way where it's meeting up here? Absolutely not. It's impossible to see up there. I literally cannot see up there. But that spot does exist. But I do want to clean up the mold lines before it comes out of here. So using this tool, you can assemble your minis and then clean up mold lines and get to almost all of them. You know, like, there's so much stuff on these Stormcast that is covered up by their shoulders where, like, your sprue clips are and stuff. My first guys that I assembled, I had to go back through, you know, like, I'm like, oh my God, look at these horrible cut points and stuff. And you know, like, it's such a travesty where they put these cut points, they're right on the tops of the arms, and then I stuck on the shoulders and I went, ow.
Oh my God!
Ow. Oh. And I realized how much time I'd wasted by doing that. Because all of those attachment points were just covered up by the shoulder pads that you glue on later. And they've been, honestly, these minis have been very good about that, where it's like most of the egregious stuff is either on a really easy to clean up edge or is somewhere where another piece is going to glue into it. Yeah, I agree with Mike. The designs overall have been very good. However, all these guys have had mold lines running up and down the front and the back of the legs. That's the big one. The legs in particular, because on the Stormcast, I'll go back to the close-up camera. On most of these guys, the mold line seam is straight up and down the middle, and I actually can still see it on this one slightly. You can see, let's see if I can get that in focus enough. Where is it? Where is it? Okay, so you see right there below the gold, you can see a spot that was picked up by the dry brush. That little orange spot. And then there's a little stripe, and that stripe is mold line that I didn't get rid of enough. Stormcast are GW scale for what it's worth. These guys are, if you compared them to regular like D&D minis, they're probably about 5 mil taller. The bases that they're on are 40 mil, and that feels appropriate to their size. They're kind of gigantic. Yeah, these boys are hella thick. To be clear, I'm not complaining. I think that that's actually where the mold line should be. It's easy to clean up there. The only issue I have is on the models that have built-in special knees. I have special knees. Some of these have been caps that you glue on, right? Like where it's a separate piece. But some of them, it's just molded into the leg. And the ones that are molded into the leg, then you have a mold line stripe right down the middle of that piece. And I've experienced that here too. Cleaning up that mold line stripe on the face, not fun. They're like what I would call oversized 32. They're a little bit bigger than that. You know, like if standard D&D scale is 28 to 30, these guys are like 32 to 35. But you can put these alongside D&D minis, and yeah, they look huge, but it's like not egregiously huge. It's just they're the, you know, Goliaths or whatever. All right, so we got these guys on bases. It's 4:40. I think we'll go for another hour. Let's paint some power sword stuff. We can start that. I want to glue down any that I'm earnestly working on though, so I can just make do with using the jelly glue. Let's not do him. What's one that I can really crack into? How about this one here with the sword up? Yeah. Sword up. Oh man, Mike, don't get me started. I talked about this on stream after the pricing for the tools was like announced or whatever. You can buy one of these, a WoW stick, a really good XL knife. Scott showed this off on stream before he had me buy this. He told me to buy this, and he was absolutely right. This is better than the X-Acto ones because it's got a soft grip. Big fan of that on its own. Just it's a better thing than the metal. But also, if you want to change the blade, you unscrew the back, and the whole thing comes loose, and you just press up and see how it pops the knife out a little bit, and it's just loose. You don't have to work around the blade at all, except for putting it in. Put it back in. You just screw tight the back, and then see, as it pulls it down, it pulls the hole simply down. Great, way better than standard X-Actos. I think X-Acto also makes one like this, but it has a metal body with the knurling. Big fan. So you buy this, you buy the WoW stick, you buy a pack, a whole pack of blades for your knife, and you can get Tamiya cutters. The good Tamiya cutters. I ruined these recently. They have glue in them, so they no longer spring open. They are now manually actuated cutters. But these are what I would call the gold standard workhorses. You can get all those. And I think a brush pack from Monument. I have to double check what my math was, but I think you can get like one of these Pro Sable brush packs. All that for just the price of the hobby tools from GW. The hobby tools from GW are such an insane ripoff. It's insulting. I'm sorry. These GW minis are great. Their games, but the pricing on their hobby tools is offensive to me because it is taking advantage of consumers that don't know any better or that just do not have other short-term options. Yeah. It's big sad. I will say they do make one great tool. these handles. They're reasonably priced, really good. This is actually one of Scott's. I have the old design, but it didn't make it into my box, so I'm borrowing one. Yeah. What's up, Leviathan Lair? Their pricing in general, not that insane. I mean, like, don't get me wrong, they are expensive. But these minis, the quality level of GW minis, they are the best in the business for the plastic miniature wargamer. For sure. They just are. These dragons are awesome. Love these. Are they worth 110 bucks? 115, I think now? No. No. They definitely are overpriced, but they're not insultingly overpriced like the tools are, right? I think that, no, I'm just kidding. It's magnetized. I think that their minis are overpriced, but it's the same sort of thing. I commonly make this reference. I think they're Apple. GW and Apple have very similar practices. They're insular companies. They kind of lead their fields. They're unparalleled in some aspects of their design work, you know, where everyone else is kind of following along and everyone's looking to them, and sort of the industry moves the way that they move. However, the same sorts of criticisms that apply to them apply to Apple and GW. So, yeah. Yeah, Mike Scarborough has it right. The GW minis are absolutely at a premium. They get to charge that premium because they're that top dog, right? They know, everyone knows that if you want the best in plastic on-sprue miniatures right now, it's GW, right? Whether or not their aesthetics are to your choice, you know, like, you don't have to like Stormcast. You don't have to like the new Slaves to Darkness or whatever. If the aesthetics aren't to your tastes, totally get it. But just from the perspective of the resolution of the minis, the cut work on them, from the kit perspective, the manufacturing perspective and stuff, they are the best. Mike Genie says, you do have to, in fact, like the new Slaves to Darkness. I do like them. I'm not going to buy them. Now that I'm a 3D printer, man, I'm trying to avoid the temptation to buy any more minis because I have 7,000 points of Stormcast. I don't know how it happened, but it did. Now that I have the endless spells, I bought the Stormcast endless spells. I have 7,000 points. So yeah, I'm gonna be 3D printing minis for a while, I think. So, all right. So I was gonna do this upright sword guy, right? So I'm gonna glue him permanently onto the base with this gel glue, even though that's not really what I want to do. Actually, is this the one I want to do? Okay, I'm gonna ask chat here. So I have. Where's the other one? Okay, so there's two different sword models in the unit. There is the sword with runes on this guy, the special shoulder and stuff, or there's the regular sword. And you can see that they're different. The rune one is a 3-facet. So it's like a hexagon shape. It's got, you know, the sharpened edge and a flat. Whereas with this one, it's just an angle. Which one do you guys want to see me work on? No matter what, they're going to get the hot pink lightning treatment on both. But I think for these, I'm going to make a wash of the hot pink and sink it into the runes. Runes, runes, runes. Everyone's feeling the runes. Ads. Way you avoid ads is you get subscribed, my dude. Yeah, I got 2 rune sword options. This one's gonna be a pain. Cause I love this pose. Aside from the tactical rock, I like how it just kinda, yep, that's a paddling. I like that a lot. But it also means that getting to the back of the sword is gonna be a pain, so. All right, So people are feeling the runes. We're gonna permanently. Maybe I did. He feels really on there. He's fine. All right. I don't need to put any glue on that probably. GW painting handle is effective. It doesn't hold him. He's 40 mil bases. Big stretch. I don't know why they decided to put Stormcast on 40 mil instead of their standard 32 like Space Marines, because they're about the same size as Space Marines. But they were just like, yeah, let's do it. Let's put them on the big base. The big base. And it's a thing. Put them all in the background. All right. So. Zoom out. Zoom out. Yep. These guys are a unit size of 5, but I'm running them reinforced, so they are a unit of 10, which gives them the doot guy and the flag I hate. The doot guy makes them rally on 5s instead of rally on 6s, which is pretty good. These guys are a blender designed to take down other large model count units. Amosteen, they could have stanced them differently for the bases. Like they could have just made that decision at the beginning to make them compatible. Mike, yeah, AOS, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it's just because of the unit count. Everything in Stormcast is base 5 these days, but I don't know if that was always true. Might be a 3.0 thing. So, all right. So I think with this one, how am I going to start this off? Because I want to. Let's go way in. Where's my focus? Yeah, there we go. So we got these runes. Come on. Catch that light. Get that focus. There we go. Got these runes. Do I want to start by infilling them with the hot pink? And then start working the rest of the sword? Or do I want to work the rest of the sword and then start pin washing in the hot pink? I think the hot pink first in there makes sense. That way we can even just see if it's going to work. Because you know what? It might look like shit. I've tried this technique once before, and you know what? It didn't actually work that well, but it wasn't something as clear as these runes. It was like phoenix feathers. So I've got this golden, high flow, hot pink. Man, it does not show up the right color at all on stream. Does that look red to you guys, or is that my screen? Because this is fluo pink. Yeah, okay, well. What we need to do is download the new version of this program so we can program LUTs into it. Yeah, I can tell that it like looks a little pink on stream, but like this is pink. Yeah. All right. It's fine. It's gummed up. It's gummed up. This is a very high flow. This is like ready to go on airbrush line stuff. So I probably don't need to water it down much to get the effect I want. I am gonna definitely have to go back over the sword afterwards. Come on. All right, so this is where it thinks the focus should be now. Okay, that's fine. I can handle that. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna use my size 6 brush. That's me, the size 6 mini painter. Just suck up a lot of it, like a Nobo. And we're just gonna see if we can drop some in there. I think actually my brush isn't wet enough for this. Let's do that again. Yeah, now we're talking. So Look at how loaded up that brush is. It's just like ripe with fluid. I'm gonna try. I need a better tip, thank you. Come on. Come on. It's all right if it doesn't all get in there. We're just trying to drop a bunch in the runes, and any that gets other places is just fine. Because we're gonna come back over. Well, if that holds up, that actually worked really well. You can see I got a little bit outside the box there, but that's okay. Yeah. I don't have a sense of taste. Let's do the other side. On camera, ideally. Nice. I will say that I'm left-handed, which means that a left-hand camera is not optimal. I want a right-handed camera for me. Big sad. So we're just trying to drop the paint right down in there. Nice, thick amount of it without really affecting the surface. Because we're gonna come back through here and do all the painting on the sword after, basically. And then I'm probably gonna do this one more. Oh, not on the shoulder, thank you. Do this again one more time at the end. This lets me test the effect. I don't think I put enough up at the top there. Look at that. Other side. Now, on stream that looks red. But I will tell you that this is fluo pink. This is so right on the bottle. And boy howdy, does that actually look fucking sick. Just right off the bat, we're on the right track here. Boomy boy. These are Stormcast Vanquishers or Vigilers. I can never remember which one's which. One of them has bows and the other has swords. They're otherwise like the same sculpt, basically. Like they have very similar skirts and they're using the same armor. It's just one of them is like a bow unit and one of them is a sword unit. And this one's obviously the sword unit. They're from Games Workshop. They're Stormcast. Space Marines. Space Marines? Vanquishers they are. Sure. Came out at the same time, same idea, but completely different. You know, the usual. Now for this part, I'm actually not going to use my size 6 brush because now we have to do the hard work. Let's see here. What do I have? I have purple. Plum. Where's my faded plum? Did I put that up here? Maybe I have to dig through my box. Yeah. I thought I grabbed it, but you guys ready to hear how organized my box is? I showed it off at the beginning of stream, but oh wait, hang on, I did get it out. Yeah. Hey. Yeah, faded plum. Okay. And for brightening colors up a bit. We're gonna use this bright ivory. So, I love that effect, by the way, the merge. So much fun to watch chat fly around. I actually can't see the chat normally because I have an actual chat window, but then I see it like fly by the screen. It's good stuff. So plum there. Purple. Just a little more saturated, a little darker. We're using all Pro Acryl today, unless we use something else. I will say, when I look at purple and plum, man, let's see if I can show this off. They're so close. They are. Those are two different colors. They are two different colors. But they are so close. Once dry, they are a little bit more different. That's okay. I have used the Chimera paint very little. I know quite a few people who are big fans of it. I would be too. The truth is, I'm trying to limit myself. I buy plenty of stuff. The Pro Acryl paint range does everything I need it to. There's still a few colors that I want, but hopefully their next set or two will kind of fill in the blanks. And the other thing is, what's different to me than most of the other hobbyists that I know, and this includes John and Scott and Dan, and just really in general, is what I have with me is like all of my paints and hobbying stuff. When I go to paint night at the Source and I bring this thing, I am bringing 99% of the paints that I own. The entire Pro Acryl range is in this box. I also have some GW paints for spot filling. Some of this stuff doesn't even need to be on here, but I have one rack of GW stuff. I have some contrasts for effects and some other stuff like that. I have stuff like liquid gold in here. I have everything I need with me. The only thing that I don't carry with me is my airbrush and compressor. That's the only at-home only thing. You know, and the stuff that goes exclusively with that, right? Airbrush thinner, airbrush cleaner, airbrush primers, that kind of stuff stays on my desk at home. But when I go to paint night at the Source on Monday, this comes with, and I have everything. I am never going, man, I wish I had, or I really, you know, I wanted to use, no. I have all the stuff that I need. It's all right here. It's not organized. It's just a bucket of paint, but that was not always true and will not be true soon again in the future. I'm gonna make some hexagon things that actually fit Pro Acryl paints that slot into my box and organize the whole thing. I had a prototype made for me and they weren't quite right, but at some point, version 2 will get made. Point being, I am not hungry for another paint range. It's easy to look at things and be like, ooh. But truthfully, unless it does something that I just can't get out of this, for instance, there are no Pro Acryl fluorescent paints. They have bright and bold colors, but nothing like this hot pink. Nothing like my super turquoise or my soul flat orange. I have the yellow of this as well. But there are also just things missing in the range. Payne's Gray. There is no Payne's Gray in the Pro Acryl range, and I'm sure that that'll change at some point in the future, but it hasn't yet. So I have So Flat Payne's Gray. And I'm not saying anyone's wrong for buying a lot of paint. One of our paint night regulars has more paint than Scott does. And Scott's got a lot of paint. I mean, that's a lot of paint. There's no way around it. And that certainly is not all of it. Not even close. There's 1, 2, multiple drawers here that are also full of paint and paint adjacent products. Yeah, the people at Monument are real great. I like that they stream like every day, which is also cool. Monument is very good for the hobby in general, and it's American-made stuff. I appreciate all of that. I will say that in keeping with my tradition of like buying one paint range per year, I have been ogling the AK 3rd gen. Everybody loves the 3rd gen. It's not something that I can get locally. I'm definitely thinking about buying the briefcase that's like all 270 whatever AK 3rd gen paints and trying those for a while. You're not wrong. Yeah, what you didn't see is that when I'm capping up my paints, I cap my paint and then I go wipe off the excess that's on the tip. So I have a big stain here. Also, sorry. I'm Evan, I'm the producer. Scott's out today. We're going late. Not going that much longer. We're gonna do like one side of this power sword and then wrap things up. Twitchy, yeah, I've been producing the live streams now for, God, how long has it been? 4 or 5 months? A while. But Scott wasn't feeling it today. Feeling a little under the weather, so we're making things happen without him. Mix a little bit of my cream color. See, if I was smart, I would have set up palette cam for this because I knew it was going to come up because of the change in angle for me. I could push my palette all the way out here. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. I can handle that. It's out of focus, but at least you can see the colors. So I'm just mixing in some of this cream color, which is bright ivory, into my faded plum. And I'm starting with my brightest highlight first. Kind of like you would for NMM. Just to kind of sketch it out. And that's, I think, more a matter of preference. I've done this both ways now. So this, because it's a multifaceted sword, has this edge that runs around it. I'm wondering if I want to pick that up in the brightest color, because I'm probably going to come back through and pinkify it. So that's what I'm going to do for now. I'm going to start with an edge highlight there so I can see what we're working with. I will tell you guys, Scott has a much steadier hand than I do. Like, no doubt, Scott is a better miniature painter than me. He's been doing it longer. He's got the dexterity that I don't, but I make do. Make sure I don't have too much on my brush too. So you can kind of see that's where that flat changes to the edge. Now the thing is, in order to maintain the pop of these letters, gotta figure out what I want to do here. Do I have lightning coming off of them? But then that lightning is contrasting with them. On the other hand, if they're on a lighter surface, the pink might actually pop more, because right now it's two really strongly saturated colors next to each other. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I want to do there. Thanks for being here, Lummox Beast. Now we're just gonna pick up this edge too. and this edge. And we're just gonna do one side of this. I'm not gonna worry about the other side right now because I'm gonna figure out what the side should be. And then, once I have one side figured out, then I can do the other side, and then I can do the other power sword. So those are the bodies that we're working with, right? Get a little bit of water right on my whip. Now I can do power sortie stuff along it, probably do a hot tip. Do I do a lightning bolt back along the top right into these? I think these are probably going to get an additional drop-in color to give them more dynamicism than the hot pink. I think that's the approach I'm going to take. But we'll see. Let's take just a bit of this. Just a touch of purple to it. Let's just go. I want to see what a lightning bolt looks like. I'm gonna try and do it on camera for you guys. It's really, really maybe from the other direction. Let's see if I can get in there. Dry tip. Oh, it's the worst. This is why I like working with the size 6, by the way. The brush never dries. You can't do really fine line work like this with it because, or at least I can't, because it's impossible to unload the brush to the point that you can do this without like flooding it. Man, I am not getting the coverage that I want out of this actually, which is normally not an issue. There we go. Lightning branches to the edges. If I hate this, I can always just paint over it with purple real easily. I think what I want to do is just go around the outside of all these. I'm not sure, actually. I am unsure. Chat, what do you think? Do I want to?
Oh my God!
Someone just picked up a cutting mat. I can see the edge of that. Best cutting mat I've ever bought. And by bought, I mean was given as a member of the channel, but close enough. I am not a paid endorser of the product, though. I am a paid employee or contractor, as the case may be. Let's do that real quick. I need them to be right enough. This is a tough choice. It's like I can come down here and add more. Bumped it. There we go. There's just not a lot of room between the runes. Up at the tip. There. And there and down here. And just around the edge. The other thing that I'm going to be using extensively on this, so you can look, it's like, oh my God, what did you just do? You ruined it. Power swords are one of those things that when you first start doing it, it's just going to look weird. Because it's kind of like doing a mirror of non-metallic metal, but it's like even more abstract, right? That's okay. We're gonna get there. Did I get out my transparent purple? I thought I did. I hope I did. I don't see it. One moment. Dark purple, that's close. Transparent blue, that's almost transparent purple. Transparent purple, that is in fact transparent purple. We're gonna use this for sure. Big fan of the transparent paints, by the way, from ProAcryl. Really useful, really cool. So yeah, this is where we started. This is where we at. It's rough, right? Doesn't look good. Boo this man, bad mini painter. Mix in some plum to the faded plum. Just kind of paint within the lines that I did before. It's a little bit more saturated. It's like, all right. You can see we're getting a lot closer to those blends, to where it was. Now let's step up the purple one more time. Same thing, just kind of right along the edge. Feather it out a bit. Yep. One step at a time. I feel like chat died. Or maybe the stream died. That'd be hilarious. Sound off in chat if you can still hear me. All right, so now I'm gonna take some of this transparent purple. Everyone's just captivated. He's finally painting. He's finally painting something. I can actually thin that a bit, even though you don't have to thin it much. Get subbed and you don't get ads. Thank you, Garbanzo Bean Donut. Great name, by the way. Sad brush. I need to get a new one of these. This one's getting tired. Shout out to the Monument Hobbies brushes too. They're pretty good. Are they the best brushes I've ever used? No. Are they the best brushes for the price? Yeah, I think so. Because this pack comes with what, 5 brushes? Let's even say. I think their Sable pack comes with 5 brushes and was $57. Pretty good deal. Purple. Getting more blended. Now at the end of this, we're going to highlight up to hot pink with the energy again. So yeah, like I said, my main one is this Da Vinci number 6. And this one's getting pretty tired too. I use up about one of these a year. Now this isn't their top line brush. A lot of these bigger brushes, you don't have to get the super good Sable because there's so much hair, you can actually get a good tip just with that big belly. Yeah, that's true, but I don't order direct from them. I buy my stuff at the Source Comics and Games most of the time because that's where I'm at most of the time, and they carry Monument now. They have the brush packs. They sell them individually too, but I can't get the bulk pricing through them, unfortunately. I don't think. Shout out to Dan if you could get me bulk brush pricing so I could buy a bunch of size 6s. I probably could if I ordered through the store, but that's ridiculous. Particularly since I just don't go through these, right? I have been using this one since basically restarting miniature painting. I actually used to use a size 8. I ordered a size 6 and I got a size 8 and I used that for like 2 years. So yeah, I like this brush a lot. It's coming up on the end of life, I think though. More and more I've noticed it's split, so. But I don't mind you shilling for Monument. We do that around here sometimes. Good people. I want to be on my mark. Even if I am out of focus. I wish I had a mark here. That's what he should do. Why is there no mark on the table itself? Hang on. Hang on. Here's what we do. We take a Post-it. Right here. Right here. If I paint above the Post-it in the money shot, look at how rich that purple became on the edges of those highlights on camera. It's not quite that intense in reality, but yeah, the Sam Lens pack is a great deal. Doesn't Vince have a pack? There's a bunch of packs with them. I just got like this was my first foray into Monument products at all. I bought this brush set and I bought the main paint set because everyone talked about how good they were, and I was like, I'm gonna give them a try. I'll buy those 24 paints. And I tried them, and then I bought the rest like a week ago. Yeah, that's right. Uncle Adam has a set, and it's like all synthetics or something like that. Edit that out just a bit more with. This one here too is kind of. Get a little closer to the camera. Okay. I want to work that back up a little bit. A little bit more of this faded plum. Touch of the see-through purple, and I just want to go right to the centers there. Yep. Their retail pricing is pretty much the same. It took a bit to get them at the source, as I recall. I mean, I do recall. Because I think they were originally a little trepidatious because Tower in Minneapolis also carries them. That's where I got this brush pack and my original paint set. In fact, ProAcryl bought the stuff that I bought from the source. I bought the new washes. Got one of those here. Black wash. Look at that. Wow. They have washes now. I have not tried them yet. I have bought some brushes. I bought the dry brush that they make. There, I've used that very little, honestly. It's the only brush that I'm not a huge fan of is their dry synthetic. This one here. It's okay. It's not bad. I'm not a big fan of small dry brushes in general. Whoops, I want to put the brush protector on that, thank you. That's okay. Also, good guy Dan in general. All right. So, we got purple, we got blends. I think the lightning looks okay. I'd like to take that a little further. Let's get some Dans in the chat, put some rocks in his pocket. Oop. Oop. Too much. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm like feeling like I should quit while I'm ahead on that. In fact, I have to fix that. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. Made a mess of it. Dum, dum, dum. So the idea that I had with the purple here, by the way, in general, is when I think of pictures of storm clouds and thunder, I actually think of purple skies. And you can look it up, like if you just look up purple lightning, there's all these great shots of clouds illuminated by lightning. And then there's a bunch that are just like photoshopped to just be like, wow, look at how purple it is. But purple is a good spot color for this color scheme as well. I don't have to go too crazy, but the pink also pushes things to the next level, right? Which is cool and fun. And fun and cool. So let's do some more pink. I think we're we're gonna do, man, that's way too much paint in my brush, thank you. Let's just touch the edges of the lightning. Try not to get it everywhere like I just did. See, one of the problems with this high flow stuff is it actually is high flow. Boy, howdy do it, flow. Definitely dropped out of the frame for that. But it is like a pre-done glaze, which is pretty good. Focus. What do you guys think? Black Sword, it's going pretty good. Doing an extra long stream today. Closing in on the end, but not really there yet. I want to see what people think of this. Tabletop standard power sword. I could take it a little further. Looking at those runes, like they pop, but Let's see what we got here. I want something that doesn't have that much coverage. To the bin of special paints. So there is actually some organization in my box. And what that organization is, the bottom is all paints. It's all paints or the other, like, you know, my apron and things like that. This top lift-out tray, it's mostly effects stuff, right? It's the streaking grimes, it's the shades, it's my oil paints, because I do a lot of oil washing, or at least I used to. I haven't done much on these. I've done enamels. Lay pure white in the runes, then do a white edge highlight, line at the peak of each section that you worked up on the sword blade, then go over with pink again. John, that sounds like a lot of work. But I think you're on the you're right that I should do white in the runes for sure. Yeah, and really amp that up. Now that said, I will say that part of it is the camera doesn't read the pink right. The pink does pop more in person than it does on the camera because it like softens it down to being red. But that's okay. That's okay. I am just thinking what I can do to get white in there easily, and I think the answer is just to make my own damn wash, because Apothecary, which I do have in here somewhere, it's really more of a gray. It's like a cool gray. So it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're all fine. It's true. No one cares about in person. I mean, the real joy of this is no one will be able to see this on the gaming stream anyway, because the closest camera is not this zoomed. Boy, it's not even this zoomed. Right, that's worth always keeping in mind with tabletop minis. How does it look like that? Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Flow improver is definitely something that's somewhere. If I were Scott, where would I put my airbrush flow improver? Would I put it with my airbrushes? Would I put it up on the shelf? Because yeah, airbrush flow improver is definitely the tool for the job. You are not wrong. Let's take a look on the paint rack. The out of focus paint rack. Oh, yowza! This camera just shocked the shit out of me. We more in focus now? A little bit. Acrylic thinner. Seems like airbrush thinner. It says thinner on it. It's in a thinner bottle. I could also use this Army Painter airbrush medium. Just knock it all down. That's the Dan in me, is wanting to knock it all down. Hey, we're getting rated. Wow, that's our like 5th rate of the day. Mohawk minis. Oh man, love me some Mohawk miniatures. Didn't we raid you like 2 weeks ago? Yeah, rack flip. I am the rack flipperist. So what Dan likes to do, Dan is in fact a cat in a human body. He likes to walk up to you and just pretend to knock something over like a cat would. And that's Dan in a nutshell. Yeah. Unfollowed? You're not unfollowed, Mohawk. No, we crime rocks. All right. Airbrush thinner right on the wet palette? Why not? Fuck it. Fuck it. Stream's going good. Stream's going longer than I really originally planned, but it doesn't matter. I don't have anything to do this evening other than this, because I need to have everything ready for Thursday. Been mostly doing just general hobby work today, right? We pinned these guys to their bases. We did do a bunch of dry brushing in order to do the OSL effect on these guys. The little bit of lava glow. But Mohawk, come on. It's okay because it's paint. It's not unsanitary. Aside from this orange paint here that's toxic, everything else on here is food safe? Maybe? Don't leave your paint on your brush that long, Evan. You'll destroy it. All right, so. It's a little crispy, I won't lie. It builds character, all right? Oh, man. God, their bold titanium white is so ridiculous. Is there a more pigmented white? Maybe, but I doubt it. Fucking A. Just like touch it to there and it's like, and this is thinned a lot. A lot. What this comes down to is things Evan doesn't have the fine motor skills to do. God damn. Fucking John trying to make me push my limits. I mean, truthfully, I could do that. I'm a little worried about it running away, that's all. And with this white in particular, like if I was doing that with one of these purple colors, Mike, that's what I would do. But because Pro Acryl's white is just so... Yeah, that's true. Well, I didn't see a bottle labeled Flow Improver. So, I'm not willing to, my white ink turned into complete goop in the 2 years that I didn't paint. So, that's what I got. I could use their transparent white, which actually might be the better tool for the job, but hey, here we are. It's all right. This is gonna work fine. The nice thing about painting, he said, is you can always go back over it and do it again. What a mess. But not that bad. I'm like out of frame. God damn it. All right. For this, we need to go lower. Buckle up, Chad. Right there. And angle this ball back down because I'm hunched over for this because I'm so in it to win it. Thanks, Mohawk. Appreciate you stopping by. Things are going pretty well. A little too low. A little too low. Focus. Focus. I love that because this is in a prime lens, the focus changes. I think I said that right. Well, it focused on the table. That's great. Come on. Come on. No. No. Just terrible. Come on. Really? You can do better than that. There you go. There you go. Stay in focus. Fucking A. Cameras. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. I am the nice blur. All right. Then go back over it with the pink. Unload. It's like super not where I want to be painting, but I'm just going to do it anyway. Get good, etc. Go for the whole thing and get the edges too. Yes, I am touching the camera with my head. How did you know? Let's intensify this lightning and go to the tip. Just go nuts. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. I kind of want... Now let's go more intense with the pink on the tip and the other power areas and see how that looks. And then we're gonna go back and re-edge highlight in not white, but pretty close to give back those edges. I did those initially just to give myself kind of outlines of where I'm painting. But see, that's kind of chunky there. I'm gonna have to go back and glaze that a bit more. All right, so where we're at? Come on, come on. Where we're at? Where we started. Pretty happy with that so far. I'm putting more work into the rune ones, but they're also actually, I think this is harder because with my regular blades, I'm just gonna do a lightning bolt down the sword, right? And then just do some glazing on either edge and it'll look fine. Much easier with these just big flats. The three areas, you have less space to work with and sell the effect, and you have more going on. So this is one of those cases where, because I want to do a lightning bolt in particular, the more going on actually makes it harder. If I just wanted to make the runes glow and that's it, this would be so easy, right? Because you just do metallic on the blade or whatever you wanted. And then you just come through and pin wash this with whatever color you want. You go like, yeah, I'll put some white in there and then I'll drop achromatic blue on the blade. Boom, done, easy. Thanks, GW, you made my job really simple. And it will look good, don't get me wrong. But because this is the theme of like the purple lightning swords, makes my life hard. But so far, pretty happy with it. Oh man, this HDMI cable. The gems on the hilts? What gems? I definitely don't see any gems on the hilts. What's that? That thing there? Oh, that's clearly a rivet, dude. 100%. It's a gilded rivet. Does that answer your question? In truth, I actually might, but it's not something that's a priority for me. The rest of the swords all have them, and I'm like, yeah, that's kind of in the fuck that territory. That's a lot of work. I gave the rune swords the gold hilt because they have this kind of extra crowny design, where the hilt links up versus it just being a regular 90 degree. I was like, okay, those can be gold. That's fun. I like that. Yeah, it's definitely, that's a gilded rivet, man. I think they say that on GW's website. Gilded rivet. Yeah. I want to focus this down again. Come on. good. Set. Now I can actually paint, I think. Hey, not bad. Okay. So, what I don't like is this one here kind of has a weird shape to it. So I'm going to try and reshape that with a little bit of the transparent purple. Also, I think that it's too dark right around it. So we're going to take some of this plum, thin it down with the thinner. Just kind of do a nice little glaze there to kind of soften the dark purple areas. It's very, I don't even know if the camera can see what I'm doing here, because it's such a subtle difference between the different purples here now. Now the really stressful part, where I want to edge highlight along this with like a super brilliant purple. Pinky purple. Let's see, what colors can I make here with this Captain Insano white? Brighter. Close. More white. Desaturated. Yeah. Mike's got it right. Why would they put gems right where they might hit something with the sword? Come on. Come on. Come on, bro. It's obviously something else. Gotta think logically here. Because Stormcast are nothing if not logical. Basically Vulcans or something, right? So I'm going to start by just doing this right around the edge. Bright. Real bright. And then that's going to get turned more pink towards the tip, but that's okay. Right now we're just doing that. So from the side, looks about the same, but then, ooh, bright edge. Let's actually push that inwards. Not bad, not bad. Other side. Happy little swords. Where we're at? Where we started? Where we're at? Where we started? Liking it, I think. Pretty sure. Sorry, chat, I just can't do this part on camera because of how I have to hold my hands. Edge highlights. How do they work? And then just a tiny bit more pink at the tip. All right, John, if you're still here, is that kind of what you were thinking? I really like the contrast between the gritty, like rough iron kind of looking, god damn, come on. The base of the sword, the hilt slash the, I don't know what you would actually call this part that actually holds onto the blade up here. And then, pew, pink sword. I think that's pretty good. So now all I have to do is another 2 times. I'm not going to do it to that level on the back of the sword that's being held by the guy. Sassy like this one here. Back of that one's going to definitely get the lazy man solution where I just kind of do the end and call it a day. But I got to do the front of this sword and I got to do the back of this sword. Like that. And then I have 8 quote unquote regular power swords to do. And most of those are going to be double-sided, all except one, it looks like. The horn blower, there's no way I'm getting to the back of that sword. Right, there's a tiny bit in there. I'll probably just, cheat it. This isn't part of real swords, yeah. Yeah, that's true. You know what's funny? What's funny about this sword design? Do I have that sprue in here? I think I left it in the car. But I think I have a guy with the spear. Where are you? Okay. So this is their. Here, I'll do the regular one because that makes it more clear. This is the regular. Oh! Don't wiggle. Stormcast sword design. This is a spear from the Vanquishers? Vigilers? It's the same damn thing. They use the same blade model, just stretched to different lengths for their different guys. They just do a different holder. And then they go, yeah, it's a spear, dude, or a glaive or whatever. Got it. The guys that come in the Dominion box, the third edition main battle line unit that basically look like this. This guy is not one of them. I gave him one of their weapons because so dragons can be built with they can be built with spears, or not spears, lances, vindictors. Thank you. They're all like V things. There's vigilers, vindictors, vanquishers. Sequitors don't follow that, but like lots of V's, liberators. So yeah, you can build the dragons with lances, or you can build them with swords. And I was like, the swappable weapon for this guy wasn't working. And I originally built him with a lance. And then I was like, yeah, but I don't want to be that guy that's like, actually they both have swords. So this guy has a glaive. It's kind of a lance, and it's kind of a sword. Good enough. And my other guy does have swappable weapons that works, so easy peasy. I just go look at the one, and the other guy's just following his lead. So a lot of work still to do on these. I'm not going to have everything done for Thursday. Obviously, I still don't have my heads, but power swords are going to be done. I think the dragons themselves will probably be done, but maybe not. I might hold off on finishing them until I get the cool flight stands and just kind of leave them base coated. So I think that this is the good place to call it. I have avoided the rush hour traffic. I have hung out with you guys for an extra like hour and a half today. We did start 40 minutes late. So I was cognizant of that when I said we would go late. But we also got some extra time in. We got Power Sword done. We got a Power Sword done. We got half a Power Sword done. We got guys on their bases and pinned. We got all of the OSL done. Productive stuff. I'm okay with it. I got to walk you guys through what's going on with what's what. And yeah, this Thursday, it's going to be me and Curtis on camera playing our first 750 point Age of Sigmar game. Everything that you've seen me working on today is going to be on the table along with my leader. Oh, that's the other thing. This is going to get painted real quick. I've got my little flying disc that my wizard can potentially summon and fly around on. Pretty neat. So yeah, we're going to be playing our first 750 point game this Thursday, so tune in for that. As always, we do paint streams every Tuesday. Every Tuesday. Even if Scott's sick, we do a paint stream. You can hold us to it. That's the precedent. We're making it happen. I'm making it happen. He's making it happen. I don't care. If we're both sick, we're going to have Alex stream or something. And then next Thursday, I mentioned this earlier and I want to mention again, we're going to be doing a fundraising charity stream. Yeah, paint from bed. We're going to do a charity stream on Thanksgiving. No official start time yet. Once we get that locked in, we will share it on the Discord. We'll share it probably on the Trapped Under Plastic Facebook group and stuff. It's going to be me and Curtis for the whole thing. And then we're going to have the rest of the Escalation League players stop by. We're going to be raising money for a good cause, though we haven't quite nailed down which one that is yet. We've got a few ideas. I know I called for it, and some people messaged me ideas on Discord. If you have any suggestions for what we should be raising money for, we want something that's national or international and in the spirit of giving. Like Child's Play is a high up option, something that fights sex trafficking. Partners in Health, all good options. We're going to have some fun challenges. We're going to have a bunch of giveaways too. It's going to be a really good time. So yeah, tune in this Thursday for AOS and next Tuesday for painting and next Thursday for Thanksgiving charity event. And that's going to do it. I'm going to hit the button on here, which should work. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Oh, real quick, who can we raid? Is anyone live?